Usually getting a phone for $0 is too good to be true.
One 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 one. 11111111111. Okay. Okay, we gotta go to this screen right over here, and there we go. Here I am. Here I am. Omogand. Purveyor of all things omogandery. Hope you're doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. See, Erica's in here. Retro Omo. Chance is in here. Got a couple of people in here. A very, very much needed artistic recalibration took place mainly yesterday evening in a kind of last-ditch effort to kind of realign myself in my own artistic endeavors. So, with that being said, hopefully we can produce something of a little bit more higher quality today, something that has a little bit more comeuppance as far as my own self is concerned. Lately, things have not been looking too keen at all, so this stream is going to be somewhat of an experiment and an effort to fix those things. But anyway, that being said, hope everyone's doing well. We're going to be tackling this Hornhead, this Daredevil I was working on last time. Right over here. Gonna be working on this guy. I was dialing in the inks last night. Studying inks, watching inky things, reading books, mangas, comics that helped me study this, or rather study techniques so that I could do this, apply them to this, keep going. True. I got your shout out, man. Should be retro time, I think, if you got that right. I think you misspoke, but hey, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Do not kill Optimus Prime. Don't kill him. Let's see my retro time. There. What'd you call a retro flex? Hey, Bronto Zaver's here. What's up? I'm very glad to see that you made it here. Yeah, let me put it back over to this screen really quick. The old screen. But I hope you're doing well, Bronto. I was hanging out over in your stream a little bit ago. Very fun time was had. I'm glad that you have such a tenacious artistic perseverance. I enjoyed that a lot. And it was very funny meeting Biscuit there as well. It was like bumping into someone you know at the grocery store. But absolutely. Bronto Zaver. Bronto Zaver? Zaver? Bronto Zaver? Bronto? Absolutely. I don't even have to tell you, oh, make sure you keep doing art. You seem like you're very, like I said, tenacious about that. And that's good. In fact, I would even say that artistic tenacity is infectious to a certain degree. And I think it's rather good. Very good. I'm very sad that you had to abandon the golem. Very sad. But part of being an artist is understanding I can't do this anymore. It's time to give up the ghost and go on to the next one. And sometimes you don't know when to call it quits. So I totally understand. Bronto, I hope you're having a good Monday so far. Hope you're doing well. We're just chilling. We just started, so we're just chilling for now. It'll be a very chill stream. The golem killed you, yeah. Hey, that's okay. It didn't look that bad, but I understand the kind of desire that, oh, like this isn't what I want. What I want, looks completely different in my head. So I'm gonna have to, scrap it. Just drop the bomb, just nuke it and start again. I totally understand. I'm not gonna attempt it for a long time, hey. You know what? Sometimes you just get that wild hair and you think like, oh, you know what? I feel so like artistically riled up and mad. It's like I feel like I can do it now. Like let's just do it, And you just rush in, head first. I completely know how that goes. In fact, there's been a little too much of that here lately. Some of the artwork that's been produced here lately it's been a little too quick. I think it's been a little too quick. Not enough method. Not enough. How do I say it? Basically, just a little bit more critical approach to some of the arts. A lot of it's just been really quick, but we need to have a little bit more of a critical approach to some of this stuff. But thank you for showing up, Bronto. I'm glad you made it. Very, very cool. Very cool. Let me get the shout out for you. You deserve a shout out. And as always, let me know if the music is a little too loud. I don't think it is. I think it's right where it needs to be. But you just let me know if the music is too loud. No, I appreciate you, Bronto. Thank you. You're good. You're all good, Bronto. Thank you for showing up. Very chill over here. Okay. And Chance, I don't know if you're still here, but I haven't forgotten about you. I'm gonna give you a shout out anyway, Chance. Trying to improve. No, I completely understand. Like with me, I just kind of I hit I guess a kind of a wall where my style was so realized, I guess you could say, that it wasn't really interesting me. So things got quicker and easier, but now they reached a point where the quickness and the easiness became a kind of slop, its own unique version of slop to myself. And so now it's time to kind of reel it back in, rein it back in from that. Got the Transformers 1, Don't Kill Optimus. Oh, that comic. I'm quite familiar with that comic. Practicing traditional inks. That's so weird. We do that here all the time. Chance draws. By the way, in case Chance draws, in case you're interested in me, like picking at your art, I can do that if you want. I can do it here on stream if you want, but maybe you'll like it. I don't know. It seems that there are a few people so inclined in here to relegate me to the office of teacher, which I don't purport to be one by any means, but if you want me to teach, I can teach. I've said that here before on stream too. Not trying to get on any high horse. It's just more like a sharing of tips and tricks and secrets and whatnot. Or at least it should be, right? Okay, anyway. I'm blabbing. This is what we're going to be working on today, Chance Draws. This one right over here. So traditional ink, just like what you were saying. People's critique of my art. That's very good. Because there are some people that do art, and their head gets too big, and then they can't handle the criticism, so. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, me too. I don't know, sometimes I hear the criticism, but I hear it from others, and I really try to do some legwork to try and see the criticism, and sometimes it's there, sometimes it's worse than I thought, and sometimes I just don't really see it. So it's like with everything, it's very subjective, especially with art, right? Especially with art. Hey, Omogon. Do you have photos of it? No, I'm joking. Yes, maybe we will do a little bit of Professor Spider today, later on. Not right now, but later on. Oh no, you're a good, Chance Draws. I can't legitimately say how long I've been drawing because it feels like I've been drawing really forever. But I will say though that since I've started streaming, my output has increased, so that's good. Let's see, like for example, like that suit right there, or like that one, like it just like that one. One of the ones I'm talking about. I don't like it. Like that one right there in particular. Okay, it's gone. Never mind. Quality. Hey, Retro, thank you. Like I said, I think there's some truth to your words. I think I have gotten a little bit better, but I just reached this point where I've just zoomed off a little bit too much, and now I need to just kind of dial it back a little bit. It's kind of like an artistic like realignment. Just take a breath, take a step back, take a deep breath, and then what I did, look at some of the things that made you get into it in the first place. What were some of the inspirations that helped kick you off on this? You know, what did you like about it? Look at it with a critical eye. And so I did a little bit of that. Looked at some artists that I still enjoy today. So I'm gonna just, I don't know, try and apply, try to feel good about what we produce, and we'll see where we go. Oh, traditional again. Hey, thank you. Again, I try in my own very small way. Some of it's better than others. Some of the artworks that I've put out. Lately, they haven't been impressing me, and you do have to keep yourself at least a little bit happy with what you're making. I mean, your words, not mine. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad the people out there like it. For me, it's just it's a little bit how do I say? It's a little diluted. It's lost a little bit of its edge, I think. But thank you. Like some of these things up in the slideshow, they some of those are really old, and I like them more than the stuff I'm producing now. Why is that? You know, I have to think about those things. Anyway, I'm blabbing. Enough blabbing. So I'm going to really quickly get my ketchup and mustard Daredevil costume reference up really quick, and then we're just gonna start chipping away at this thing. I'm gonna start MMPR vs. Godzilla today. Bro, you know what's weird about Godzilla is that it seems like everyone's been having a crossover with Godzilla lately in comic books, you know? Okay, let me get my ketchup and mustard. We'll go... Okay, let's see. When I feel like that, I change medium or I draw paint something out of my comfort zone so I feel better. Bronto, I think you have the right idea. In fact, I was told that maybe I've done that where I've just drawn the same thing so many times. I just need to change it up. And I think that's a good idea. I've been drawing lots of like figures lately. Especially lots of guys been wanting to do a lady, but this Daredevil was just kind of like of the moment. And you know what? If I have to just out of nowhere draw a Daredevil, my mentality is make it the best Daredevil you can. Don't phone it in. Just put your, just very, very easily said, just put high effort into it. Don't try to be lazy about it because it's something you don't want to draw. Aha Erica, I would say... If I had to say yes or no, I would say yes, just because part of the fun of doing ink work on stream is that it's really easy to see, right? We've seen people do pencils here on Twitch before, and I love it. Don't get me wrong, I love it, especially how you can see the pencils kind of shape into what's going to be the inks. But because I got good enough at doing ink work, and then I started to rush a little bit here on Twitch because I wanted to get it done fast. I wanted, you know, people to enjoy as they were watching the stream. So I guess the short answer would be yes. Like that I didn't do on stream. That one I just did like in my own free time, and I love the way that turned out. That one I did do on stream, so to me that one looks way more rushed, just as an example. Hey, holiday scented soaps, what up? What retro? What was that? The Piccolo? Yeah, the Piccolo. That one's a little bit old. That one was last year, I think. Yeah, that doesn't allow me to use the same medium for long periods of time. No, Bronto, I get it. Like, I really should change it up and just draw, like, maybe, like, some more animals. I don't really like doing still life or nature escapes or anything like that. It's fun, but for me, if I was going to draw something like a scenery or a background, I would really just try to apply, like, inky backgrounds, you know? So, like, a good example of, like, what I'm talking about would be something like this. Let me find a good example. Like, something like this. If I was going to draw some kind of scenery, it would be, you know, I would try to study some kind of scenery and then apply it to something of this ilk, something like this. And then you can kind of even see how the usage of silhouette in these farther off branches create a much more dynamic piece altogether. So that's what I would try to do. I wouldn't try to do like some kind of, you know, grand, you know, painterly type thing. I'd really only do a naturescape, a landscape, as a comic artist. But anyway, I'm blabbing. I'm still blabbing. I don't know who that bug guy is, but that is peak. I love it. Bug guy. Okay. Holiday scented soap. I think there's probably at least 3 bug guys in that slideshow. So unfortunately, there's a lot. I guess there was a running joke where I like drawing bug guys, I think, because I realized there were so many bug guys in there. Hey, Deathing Spot! Deathing Spot's here! Oi! I don't... Why you say retro? No, we're not. No, you're sexy. You know, I'm just here, just trying to do a little bit of art. You know, this is how I showed up to work. No, it's not. I can't look like this at work. I get way too dirty. The bug guys are great. I'm glad you like it, Holiday Scented Soap. It was the ENIAC. Hey, what's up? It was the Weevil. Oh, I'm a Weevil fan. Yeah. Deathing Spot, how are you doing? Right now we're blabbing. We're going to do a little bit of ink. Inky Daredevil. Let me put it on this one real quick. We get you a shout out, Deathing Spot. Everyone's gonna get a shout out. Just gotta wait your turn. How goes the Elden Ring? How goes the Darkest Dungeon? The video gaming? All that stuff. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for showing up. ENIAC also. Hope you're doing well. I like the Iron Grenadier that you posted in the Discord. By the way, for anyone who's not initiated with the Discord, you can have the Discord. You can have it right... Is it right here? Hold on. Right here. If you want to join. Oh, you're good, Retro. Okay, who else do we got? Holiday Scented Soap, ENIAC? I don't know if ENIAC wants a shout out or not. Chance and Holiday Scented Soap. Alright. Okay, let's get the ketchup and mustard up there. You're good? Okay, I'll give you a shout out, but I'll do it last. How's that? Does that make you feel? I'll do it last. Hope you're doing well, ENIAC. It's a Monday. Monday means what exactly? It means that we have to finish DareDevil. It means we have to finish DareDevil. And then maybe Professor Spider will use Chance Draw's art that he so graciously supplied, and I will pick at it, and we can learn some like shadow and anatomy and blah blah if we get to it. Okay, you don't stream either. You don't? Oh darn. Well, you can still have a shout out anyway. Sounds like Pokemon. The bug guys are great. That's just me. Making sure I got everyone. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Deathing Spot. I was talking to you. I was just saying, hey, I hope you're doing good. I hope the video gaming and everything's going well right now, Deathing Spot. I know I still got ads up. I still got the ads, so anyway, since we're on the subject, how happy have you been? And the question goes to everyone, not just Deathing Spot. How happy has everyone been? How happy have you been with your own artwork lately? Have you been pleased by it? Have you been unimpressed by it? Have you been proud of it? Have you been ashamed by it? I don't know. All of the above? Okay, yeah. There's technically another bug guy. Spider-Man is a bug guy. Okay, so what I was doing last night was, see, like, you can't really even tell that good, but there's a lot more, like, pencil marks on this guy, and all that's going to be the shadows. That's all going to be ink. So, we're going to start from this quadrant over here, get our appropriate tools out. Deathing Spot, that's a good answer. It's a good answer. Kind of mid. I'm brand new. I'm literally... Practice activities. Okay. What are you practicing? You practicing how to do, like, simple objects or simple lighting? I think we can make do with these ones. Oh, the channel doesn't exist with them. There we go. What? That's weird. And board of mine feels like I need to exaggerate more and draw from imagination a lot more. That's kind of a, man, I hate saying a fun problem, but drawing from imagination I think is like the funnest thing to do. Like this pose. This pose I think is a fun pose. I liked coming up with this pose, but I came up with the pose. I didn't have any kind of art or like statues to help me think of it. I just thought, oh, you know what would be cool? And I thought, like, what if we just like put his knees all the way up here, and then we do like something really light with the hands, like that. See, because the way that I like to do hands, especially if it's a character like this, I want his hands to look like they're holding something really light, you know? Like the baton doesn't weigh anything, so it's almost just like floating on his fingers. That's kind of like how I like to do that. Where he's not like gripping it really tight. He's kind of like tumbling through the air. But then to contrast that, you know, he's holding this one really, well, kind of tight. So it was like coming up with all those different like things and like the perspective. I tried to introduce a little perspective on the head where it's like kind of leaning back a little bit. Like that was all fun. That's all imagination. That's all fun. Hey, Albedo, what's up, man? What's up, man? Simple objects, I got you holiday scented, so... Well, you know, once you basically get simple objects down, anatomy comes pretty easy. Like, breaking down anatomy into simple objects, that's basically the core of it. And then once you get that, you basically know anatomy at that point. You got to get better at poses, Deathing Spot. I think you draw really good poses. I don't know what you mean by that. I've seen your work. Your poses look good. 3 more episodes before Born Again. Nothing much? Nothing much. Are you watching Daredevil? Well, I guess you just answered that, but I hope you're... Let me rephrase that. Are you enjoying Daredevil? You know, we're drawing Daredevil here, right? It was kind of my community's idea. So... But we're drawing ketchup and mustard Daredevil. We're drawing Daredevil a la original costume. Yellow, red. Yellow and red. So. Been wanting to make him more dynamic? Okay, I got you, Deathing Spot. How to make the pose more dynamic. And you know what I've also discovered? Now you can't even see that. So, with dynamic, I totally understand wanting to draw a pose that looks more dynamic. But something I've also learned just by, you know, purveying comic books and whatnot is a lot of the times it doesn't necessarily have to be a dynamic pose. It just has to be, I think, rendered right or approached right. Because a good example would be Batman, right? How many pictures of Batman are there? Too many to count. You can make Batman standing and have it look awesome. You can have it look great, or you can have Batman doing this crazy, wacky pose, and it doesn't look good for whatever reason, right? Basically, all I'm saying is that you don't necessarily need dynamic poses to make good art. But if you want to learn dynamic poses, that's all fine and good. I personally like drawing dynamic poses when I do anatomy. This right here, this would be considered a dynamic pose. So yeah, I'm kind of a sucker for dynamic poses myself. Oh, I think that's the end of the music. Hold on, let's get this one. It's a little quiet. Let's turn it up just a little bit. Let's put to base on that Kingpin is now one of my all-time favorite villains. He's up there with Juggernaut. Dynamic poses? Me? Never. I know, right? I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that to y'all. Well, look. I like Kingpin. I like Kingpin. But with Daredevil, I really like his goofier villains. And I hate saying goofy, because then everyone instantly goes to, what about Stiltman, right? It's like, haha, Stiltman. And like, yeah, okay, I can understand how Stiltman might be the butt of some jokes, but I think it would be way cooler to take Stiltman a little bit more seriously. I think he could be taken seriously, but because he's Stiltman, it's more like popular to make fun of him, I guess. There's only been like one writer that tries to make Stiltman badass. Like he has like one of his most unsung coolest villains ever is the Gladiator. If you know, you know, but the Gladiator is one of the coolest Daredevil villains. And then he also had the Matador and the Owl and man, let me see. The Beetle. The Beetle was a big Daredevil villain. Bullseye? Like Daredevil is one of those guys where it really just boils down to a rogues gallery of Kingpin, Bullseye, and then sometimes you'll get Typhoid Mary in there. As far as the ones that people really like to glom over and recognize and remember. Gladiator has the freaking buzzsaw on his hands, his whole look and his whole just like macho gladiatorial gimmick is just so cool. But he's kind of an old school villain. He doesn't get used really a whole lot at all. Gonna go here, one of these, and we're gonna get out here a little bit. Okay, now we can do it. Should I? Well, no, everyone knows who Daredevil is. Lore drop for your character. Hey! That's awesome, Albedo. If you want to post in the Discord, feel free to me. I will take a look at it. Not right this second, but rarely draw villains. Yeah, he's definitely a fun one to do. I mean, you wouldn't have to worry about a face because he has that giant silver helmet, right? But just a fun, like no one else has the freaking like buzz saws on their arms like that. He's just cool, very very cool. Let's get this one over here. I think if I remember right, that villain in specific in the comic books, he got reformed. So there's a reason why we don't actually see him much anymore. We're gonna try and do a little bit of this. That. Rendering metal, which might be worth strong face. Well, the thing is now I'm getting a little bit like preferential with it, but his mask has never been that reflective. It's always been like a really dull looking metal, so I don't even think you have to like worry that much about that. But as far as rendering shiny, like I love rendering shiny, but that's just because I already have like a method for rendering shiny stuff, which I've talked about on this stream before. Gotta get my sibling. Hey, you're good, Albedo. We will be here. We will be here. Definitely doing different textures can be a little bit intimidating. It can be a little bit intimidating. Especially reflective. I know that some people struggle with that. I guess I used to, but I reached a somewhat of a comfortable point with trying to do shiny stuff a while ago. Okay, and with this we're going to try... Actually, hold on. Let's get... Like lots of people tend to forget that, especially in the early days, Daredevil had some very kooky villains in the late 60s and into the early 70s. He had some kooky villains before he had his day in the sun with the Frank Miller 80s Daredevil thing. It was actually a very struggling book. Very struggling. Get it on the hand. we're gonna see that looks, I guess, fine enough. Not my favorite, but it looks fine. We're gonna move on over to the shoulder. Actually, should we just do the little club? The Billy Club? My hair looks kind of, I don't know, weird today. Heck is this one from? Blaze Blue? So you know what we're gonna, so because this part of the club is in front of us, we're gonna just make that a little bit of a more of a bolder line. Next. Look at the costume real quick. I think we're just gonna make that shadow. If Groovy was here, he would be groaning. If he heard me talking about all the like 60s Daredevil villains, you'd be like, "Oh, I know Spider likes all the cornball guys. I do. I can't help it. Those are my homies. All the goofy Daredevil villains." I don't know. I almost want to cross-hatch this one. But let's just see how everything else kind of shapes up. So let's move on over to like this kind of area here. This bicep took a little bit of couple of attacks for that one, just to get it into a spot where I think like, okay, now it looks okay. I don't hate it anymore in this spot right now, basically. Should we just shadow that? Well, no, let's just keep going a second. See, so I'm even seeing more and more things as I'm doing like this part right now, just on stream. Okay, let's see, what was he thinking here? Now let's get a little bit more tape. We need some tape to hold this up. And it's right over here. Okay. It is right here. All right. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Okay. Okay. Did you ever point out that secondary bug guy Chance draws? I don't know if you did. So many bug guys here. You know what? Like I mentioned earlier, even Daredevil has a bug guy villain, the Beetle. Old school Beetle. I don't... I think he first appeared in a Spider-Man comic. I'm not 100% sure, but he might have been first appearance Daredevil. First appearance Daredevil villain. Not sure. And like Daredevil, he was like fighting... he was fighting Submariner in like one of his earliest appearances, like punching way above his weight class. Honestly, Submariner would squish Daredevil. He would just like, come on. Submariner likes to tango with the Thing and the Hulk. Like, he just does not care. He would squish Daredevil. Hey, Ninja Cowboy. Would Submariner squish Daredevil, Ninja Cowboy? Now that you're here. I saw the... Oh, the bug guy. Oh, okay. If it's the guy with the mustache, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. See, Ninja Cowboy, you remember those really old school Daredevil comics when he was fighting, it was like Kazar, but then specifically Submariner. Just out of nowhere, he's just fighting Submariner for no good reason. He'd lose that fight, wouldn't he? Oh my god, there's Surfer, Cap Hulk, everyone, yeah. Well, we were talking about like some of the old school Daredevil stuff when he had like really cool kooky villains, but now he's just been kind of like diluted to just Kingpin, Bullseye, and sometimes Typhoid Mary. That's just like the ones that he fights all the time now. Those are the ones fans want him to fight. You never see Matador, you never see Owl, you never see the Gladiator, you never see him fight Beetle anymore, you know? Ooh, Skullgirls, aristocratic choice holiday scented soap. I do have Skullgirls. Maybe we'll play it on stream someday, huh? Yeah, Silver Surfer, the ability to just like zap you and like rearrange your molecules. And Daredevil's like, I don't care. Yeah, I don't know why he picked a fight with Silver Surfer, but pretty dumb for doing that stuff. Those early Daredevil comics, they just did not care. They put him against anyone. It's just because Silver Surfer was popular, I get it, and they wanted him to guest star, but the power levels, man, the power levels, they don't make any sense. And then we're gonna do a little bit of this. It's the one for... Really? Are you good at all the other fighting games, Chance Draws? Really? I haven't cracked that nut open yet. I have it, I just haven't been playing Skullgirls. It looks really nice. It looks really cool. All the art and the sprites for Skullgirls looks really nice. Okay, I gotcha. Which Street Fighter in particular Chance draws? Street Fighter 2 Classic, playing Third Strike. Street Fighter 6. 6? SF6 is the most active and has tournaments, but Third Strike's favorite because of Huggo. Hugs for everybody, Huggo. Dang, I didn't know you like Hugo. That's awesome. I don't know, it feels like more and more people, more and more are playing Hugo these days. I think they kind of discovered the funness of Hugo. I know he's not really like the most competitive fighter, but favorite Daredevil someone helps him Gladiator and the Beetle he nearly yeah. I think I remember reading that comic particularly. I think he threw or jumped out of the way right when Beetle flew into Gladiator, so Beetle got like a stomach full of like buzzsaw fists to the gut, and that basically like took him out of the fight. But I remember like, oof, that would hurt. Getting a buzzsaw in your stomach would hurt. Is he gonna be okay? Really enjoying 6 and usually Tekken or Guilty Gear, but SF6. Hey, nice. Tekken, dang, is it Tekken 8? Like the latest Tekken? It's been a cool minute since I played any Tekken. Guilty Gear. It's like such a wide variety. You're doing Tekken with like the 3D Z axis, and then you got Guilty Gear on the like the kind of more anime sprite fighter. SF6 Classic. Street Fighter Classic. We drew... Who did we draw? We drew Chun-Li. Long time ago, we drew Chun-Li. We did draw Aki. I remember when Aki was announced. I just thought she was so cool. Like, way better than Fong in any way. Or Fang, however you want to say it. I had to draw Aki, so I did. And there was, like, very, very little character artwork of her at that point. So it didn't look that good, but I think she's cool. Oh, I'm not playing Street Fighter 6. I just watch other people play Street Fighter 6. Oh, that's okay. No. Okay, I misread that. Tekken 8, but God, I hate it. Ooh. Is it because of online or is it just because of the actual game? Zangief and Lily, but I'm learning Sea Viper. Oh, Sea Viper. I remember Sea Viper in Street Fighter 4. I wasn't really a fan of her, but I'm glad people are enjoying her in SF6. I'm surprised she got in. Where's my Geef? I got a Geef over here. Spider Geefing all over the place. There we go. Yeah, Aki, from what I've seen, she's a lot more technical in her application. But if you come across a really, really good Aki player, I've seen some really, really cool Aki fights before. But like, you know, beyond that, she's just a cool character. Her look is cool. Her like snake poison gimmick is cool. Her being like a Fang replacement from SF5, that's cool. That's a trade up. You know, she's just cool. And SF4 and MVC3. What? Wait. Was she in MVC3 for reals? Really? Really? Was she in that game? Like, I don't remember her in MVC3. Damn. I still like playing Sagat. Even when I was playing Street Fighter 4, I like playing Sagat. a little bit more forgiving as far as the inputs go to use Sagat. He's fun. He's cool. Terry and Jamie. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Dang, Terry, that's awesome. I hope Terry is good. I want Terry to be good. Hugs for everyone. Hugs for everyone. Tekken 8 is in a really bad spot balance-wise. Don't say it's just because like Devil Jin or something. Pick Devil Jin and win. Or like Devil Kazuya. Devil Jin, Devil Kazuya. Either or. Tekken's still cool though. It's not. They put a lot of effort into Tekken. You know, it's not like they're trying to make a really crappy game, but I still like Tekken. Alright, anyway. Here. I've already shown off my Tekken figures here? Maybe I have. I think I have. I got a couple of Tekken figures that are hanging up right now, but I don't know. I think I did once. I showed them off. I imagine that when you use him in Street Fighter 6, like he just handles the same way that he does in the SNK games, right? Oh, that little guy over there. I know. I actually wanted to draw the Max, but I actually wanted to airbrush the whole thing just to make it kind of an experiment and to make it look a little bit more surreal, like how the Max is. But unfortunately, the paint that I have isn't gonna work. It's just too old and crusty, and I need new paint. Otherwise, you know, I would probably be doing the Max right now. Actually, you know what? I studied a little bit of Keith artwork, Sam Keith artwork, to get a little bit of this shape and this head and everything. So there's a little bit of a Sam Keith homage in here. Just because I ever since Sam Keith left, ever since he died, just been watching more Sam Keith stuff, more Max, just because he was so good. We can track like that. Here's really good. Right now, he's probably the best character with a fireball outside of Sagat. Hey, nice. I'm glad people are warming up to Terry in Street Fighter. Hey, Vox, what's up, me? I'm glad to see you here. Did you get your burger for the day? Hold on. Did you eat your burger already? You had ribs. Ah, even better. Right? Just chilling right now, Vox? Just chilling? Are you in a food coma right now? Made you sleepy. Hope you're doing good. We're just here. We're chilling, yapping. A whole lot of yapping. Yapping and just doing some art as per the usual. Hope you're doing good. Who do you play in Street Fighter, Vox? Beyond 221. Summoning the double Ds for double D. Thank you for that one, man. You like Ken. Pretty safe pick, but nothing wrong with that one. Sagat. Yeah, I already mentioned it earlier. I like playing Sagat. The one guy who's not going to be in the new Street Fighter movie. In Tekken? Come on, you know who I play in Tekken. Well, I mean, maybe it's not fair. I like using Law, but I also like using Hwarang too, right? Hwarang, yeah. Yeah. But if this was Bloody Roar, it'd be a different conversation, right? No, I'm joking. I need to like fooling around with Bloody Roar too. Since Tekken 3, in my hot Hwarang era. Bro, you've been saying that a lot, huh? You and your Hwarang era, your Kaname era, all that stuff. All that good stuff. Gonna be a brand new Vox. Right? Hey, Andy, thanks for the follow, me. We're gonna go this way. Yeah, I really need to turn those off. They're a little silly, but yeah, follower goal. Yay. Slowly taking over Twitch. Let's go do this belt. What do you think about the belt? All right, give me 1 second. All right, I'm here. I'm here. Hold on. Let me take that down. Thank you for the short wait. Okay. Let me take that down. There we go. Okay. All right. Gotta get this one done. Gotta get this one in the history books. There we go. No, here's. Work with me. Yeah, it does look kind of shaped a little bit weird today. Yeah, keep playing with it. Alright. Alright. Let's keep on. Okay. Hey, Wolfgang. Streaking in chat. Appreciate that, man. 10? Been here for 10 streams? Damn, dude. Well, thank you for that. We're just doing more superhero art, right? Because I do that. Which, by the way, now that you're here, I have to mention you're the only. I think you were the only one. No. Magical Cutie and you were the only ones that did superhero art for Biscuit's cape prompt. And it's like, if I count yours was just like the cape and the turbine, but like, hey, at least you did some superhero stuff. For a while there, it just kind of seemed like no one was doing any comic book superhero stuff. Even though the prompt was cape. There was 3 Ednas, dude. There was 3 Ednas. Yeah, I guess that's true. I wasn't thinking of him because it's his prom night, right? Yeah. What are you working on now, Wolf? Are you working on anything fun? Right now, we're trying to do a little bit of what I say artistic recalibration. Get back to a little bit of methodical inks instead of a speediest speed. We're gonna speed your way through the planet core. None of that shit today. I'm gonna try and slow down and really focus on what we're trying to do with these inks today. Some maths. Man. Really taking our time with this Daredevil. Kind of a very chill Daredevil. Very Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, nice and calming, and Hell's Kitchen, you know, that kind of stuff. Ooh, oh yeah, very chill. Mr. Rogers' Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. Okay, and he's wearing the black trunks. Let's go down here. Gotta draw his butt. And let's use this one. It's Bardock's theme. Ooh, nice. It's Tekken. It's Tekken 6, speaking of Tekken. Damn. This is fighting game music. Yeehaw. Okay. We're gonna do this. We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm thinking with this, we're actually gonna want to do. Ooh, Theme of Sea Viper, we were just talking about her. Hey, what up, Ruby? We here, we chillin'. Trying to get a little bit more inky artwork done on this Daredevil. How you doing, me? Doing well. That's nice. Good work on the vulture that I saw you posted there, man. Little tiny trading card. I hope you had fun doing it. Looked like it was kind of fun.
burns my eyes. What a strange descent. Sound becomes hot again. Never ending why. Forgot what I want. Is this Arcadia? I don't know what's right for the world. Oh, I may have lost my way. There's no reason to doubt it now. So what do I have to feel? Under the sacred wires, never stop, just go. I don't care how many more stars again. Here in the pale fire, I'm going out for eyes again.
The song's way more hype than me right now. Jeez. It's Guilty Gear. Yeah, Groovy, if we make it to it, we might do a little bit of I don't really know how to say it, pedagogy, a little bit of art critique and analysis later, if we get done with enough Daredevil. If you're interested in that sort of thing. Let's get this right the first time. Black Snape? Okay, I gotcha. Black Snape. Oh, is it like a meme?
I'm Black Snake.
Of the new Harry Potter. Oh boy. Okay, let's see what this is. Black Snape. Jeez.
Yeah, I'm Black Snake.
Oh my gosh.
Black cloak, black skin. Walk the hall, they whispering. Cauldron bubble, I'm different. Dark eyes don't flinch, just glimmering. House points, man, miss me. Came from pain, they history. Same blood, they fear, they diss me. But they copy my brew, still sip me. Side eye from the portraits. Cold stone, but my soul scorched. They ain't teach where I'm from. Had to learn from the alleys and the torch. Half prince in the world that hate. Half rage in the narrow gate. Half hood in the castle gate. Homie never run from Black Snake. Walking through the dark. One day my hand.
Are you a Harry Potter fan, Groovy? I don't think you are you?
I've been cursed from the start. Black Snake. They talk war in the streets. I see more than they see in the tower. Drive by, man, I glide by stealth. Broomstick, bring stone, cold shower. I ain't glorified shots, that's great.
Not at all.
That's waves of boys that ain't make old age. So I ain't
Okay, yeah, I understand.
walking through the dark. One day my hand and a X in my heart. Turn that fear to a spell, then I spark. I've been cursed from the start. Black Snake.
DareDevil.com. Please subscribe.
No, please don't. We're not.
They learn from the alleys and the torch.
Another franchise getting ruined.
Half rage in the narrow gate. Half
I hope not. I want it to be good. I don't want it to suck.
walking through the dark. One day my hand and a X in my heart. Turn that fear to a spell, then I spark. I've been cursed.
I think from what I remember reading, I think a new trailer came out for it, but I haven't watched it
Man,
yet.
I glide by stealth. Broomstick, bring stone, cold shower. I ain't glorified shots, that's great. That's moms in black, that's waves of boys that ain't make old age. So I ain't my rage at the cave. Walking through the dark. One day my hand and a X in my heart. Turn that fear to a spell, then I spark. I've been cursed from the start. Black Snake.
DareDevil.com.
No,
Please
neurotic. Really? No, I did not. I thought he was a comedian. I did not hear that. Is it, how can there be? They've done everything they possibly could without, doing the Silmarillion. How could they make another Lord of the Rings movie? Like a brand new original that takes place in the Lord of the Rings universe, like War of Rohirrim or something like that. They still don't get it. Actually, I might have liked that more when it was blank, but whatever. We're gonna keep going. say that sounds like Sonic. Hey, what's good? What's good? Oh, you know, the usual. Sitting here doing, trying to get done Daredevil. Hope it was a good food run, Abido. Is it okay? Well, now that you're back here, you can chill and chat and relax, you know? Talk about all things Daredevil or whatever. One second. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just grabbing that tool. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm stuck here. Hold on. Stuck here. Looking at the hand reference. Ooh, look at that hand. Good hand. Speaking of Submariner, right? Hand, yeah. The cover. Are you copying the cover off of something else, or are you coming up with the cover of your own composition? Of your own free will, coming up with the cover yourself? Let's go here real quick. And hold on, grabbing some desk copies here real quick, just to help me out, just to keep me honest. I think I would like to be nice. Look forward to seeing all of the covers. Are you gonna do any variant covers? Incentive covers? Nah, I'm joking, man. You're good. Richard, what's up, man? I'm still here. I'm just grabbing a couple of desk copies real quick. Just grabbing some desk copies. Look at these hands. We gotta get our hands. We're getting handsy. Do our hands right. Do your hands right the first time. That way you don't have to do them again. Yeah, it's Ant-Man. Yeah, man. Oh, jeez. I remember the days when he was like no one's favorite hero but mine. Ooh, I remember those days. Weren't that long ago, actually, but. Those are some good looking hands. You know, the inks really bring it alive, but studying the hand, studying the shape, studying the shadow usage on these hands, just keeping myself honest real quick. How that? When I say that, for the mini story? For which one in particular, Albedo? What did you think of for the mini story? What do you mean? Clarify? Hey, you're good, Retro. Get your burger. These hands. They are dark gloves. Daredevil is wearing dark gloves. Which doesn't mean the whole thing has to be blacked out, but we just gotta make sure we're using the appropriate shadows in the appropriate places, basically, right? Like with anything. Yeah, so sometimes I do use a reference, but it's really just more like technique reference, technical reference, and not so much like pose reference. Poses are easy for me to do. Morning routine. Oh, I remember. Yeah. I like to. Since they're sisters. That sounds like a cute idea. Sounds like a very cute idea. Another good hand right there. Very shadowy hand. Which I think for the most part I have what I want on the hand. Like I can't keep messing up with that. I just want it to look right. Hold on.
그대를 아무 일 없듯이 대하려고 했지만 더 이상은
I don't know if this is gonna be better, but we'll try it out.
만들고 싶지 않아 달라진 내 마음 느끼며
Hey, what up, Alvito? I got you. What you got?
진실
You got me.
없이 미소를 지나
I might actually be done with this Daredevil though. Oh shit. Retro. Heck?
함께 살아갈 사람으로만 나를 생각해줘요. 그대의 의미를 느낄 수가
Don't get beta into news today or tomorrow's April Fool's. Is tomorrow? No. No, tomorrow's not April Fool's. Well, here in America, it's on the 1st of April. Tomorrow is the last day of March. Ruby, I think you're going a little bit too forward in time. You've gone too far into the time stream, Barry. Hey, you're good. Shot. Damn, Retro. Thank you for that one, man. Let me get... Is it the last day of March over there? Really? Alright, y'all got some strange rules over there. Y'all got some strange rules. Okay, I believe you, man. Alright, yeah, I got it. Yeah, Ymir was actually the chief frost giant in the old Norse myths who resided in Jotunheim. Chief frost giant was Ymir. Ymir. By Denheim. Okay, I gotcha. I am Black Snape. Funny. Funny in its own corrupted kind of way. Okay.
Your family?
Hey, you're good. It's a song from Norse mythology. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've read a little bit of it myself. Not like a terribly great wealth, but yeah, I'm familiar. I know who Ymir is, especially when he's not only in Norse myths, but in comic bookery as well. Of course I know Ymir. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me go and grab my libation, Retro. Is this a song? Alright, hold on. I can mess around with Daredevil a little bit more. He's not like 100%, but he's pretty much done. He sounds kind of sad. It's making me sad. Someone's dying and going to Valhalla right now. Oh shoot, that's loud. Okay. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. Alright, you're right. Oh shit, you got auto mod. Sorry, geese. Here we go. Oh, you're streaming right now? Oh shoot, I'll give you alert. Give you alert, man. No, 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 you're hot. You're hot. You're showing up, geese. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Reason.
Crash Bandicoot? Oh, nice, nice. No, you're good, man. We're just chilling. We're doing a little bit of doing some Daredevil art. So this is what we're doing right now. Daredevil art. We're just chilling. We're just having a good time, man. Yeah. Very apt word. Hell yeah. Yeah.
Fred Meyer Pharmacy.
Hold on. We got that.
Things convenient.
Yeah, we're getting there. It's just, you know, kind of a chill stream for now, but I'll probably end up rating you or, you know, seeing who's on. I'll play your song. I'll play your song again because I think you got locked in the ad hell. I appreciate you too, man. Yeah, absolutely. Good luck on the Crash Bandicoot 2. Ultimate pattern recognition from the Bouncing King, right? Yeah, you get me. All right, yeah. I'll see who's on. I'll show up later though. Yeah, thanks for the alert. I'm gonna play it again, Albedo. It was so methodical, so moody and methodical and kind of sad sounding. Bouncing buddy, yeah, bouncing buddy. Okay. Oh, you know what? Speaking of which, let me get shout out. He's has a very fiery personality. He loves to play fighting games. Although tonight playing Crash Bandicoot, want to go check him out? There he is, right there. Thinking of a commission? Yeah, what you got on your brain, man? Okay, there we go. Hey, Rosie, thank you for showing up. I appreciate that one. Lurking? You're lurking on me? No, I appreciate that. Hold on. I see you a lurk. I'm gonna give you one of these right over here. There you go. What do you mean throw my art on anyone, on anything else? What do you mean by that, Dusty Bucks? You mean like a different, like a canvas or like a digital? Throw my art on something else? A building? But I hope you're doing good, Dusty Bucks. Yeah, Rosie. I see you. I know what's up. For the commission? Oh, hey, man. Appreciate that. I mean, is it too much to ask for both? Alright. Yeah. Put some thought into it. I can do either or. You can do both, you know? Both is good. Alright. So. Retro. Don't know if you're here, man. Thank you for the redemption. Cheers, love. Much appreciated. Retro flexing on us. Every chance he gets. Where is he? Where is he? He's right. Right to the commissions. I mean, sorry for bonking the mic. It's not like $100. It's something that you have to DM me about, but you like the short answer is commissions are priced based on what you want. If you want like a full size color, then it's probably going to be floating around there, and then the smaller ones just get, you know, smaller size, smaller monies. The monies get smaller. Anyway, yeah. If you want like a full size, like an 11 by 17, like comic style page, comic style paper and dimensions, it's probably going to be looking at around there. You know what? You can DM me. We can, you know, talk and see what's up. Yeah. You're good, Albedo. You're good. I've been wanting to draw your OCs for a long time, man. We got to bring back Friday fan art Friday night, like we used to do over here. Anyway, doing fan art. We used to do it every Friday. It was really me just drawing the OCs of all of my community. They're in the slideshow too. I'll point them out. Done drawing your hands now? For the most part, yeah. I think they're like fine. They're okay. I don't hate them. Much house. Anyways, like HD panels for display. Oh no, you're good. You're good. So Dusty Evox, the short answer for that would be no. With traditional art especially, it's just going on the page. But I'm not a dummy. Something like this, I will go and get a scan of, and then I'll color it. And if I like the colors, I'll even scan that. But for the most part, like when I get the inks in this stage and it's ready for colors, I'll go and get a high resolution scan. So if I want, I always have a master copy that I can throw on something like a doormat or a baby bib or a Christmas tree skirt. You know, like who wouldn't want a Daredevil Christmas tree skirt? Courtesy of Spider, right? Just saying. But I appreciate the question. I do like 5 hand poses, and they're all very basic. 5 hand poses. Well, I'll let you in on a little bit of a humble brag secret. These hands right here, no references at all. These hands, you can watch the VOD. You can watch the VOD. I came up with them just like that. Like I didn't need any kind of references or anything like that. The only references I need for the hands are gonna be stuff like this. Stuff like this. Stuff like this. These kind of things. You know, where am I going to put the shadow? What kind of feathering technique am I going to use? I'm going to use hatching or feathering. What kind of inking technique am I going to use? How do the shadows fall on the hands? Where's the light source going to be? Those are the more important questions, personally speaking. The anatomy of the hand, I already figured that out. Well, figured that out. I still draw crappy hands every now and then. I mean, scanning your image to get the digital file and throw on anything, definitely don't say your artwork looks great in kids' room. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Yeah. Hey, if a kid likes my artwork, I dig it. I think I must have sold some artwork to kids. It's usually like teens and up, but like little kids, sure. Beauty and I need it. Bronto to teach you hands. They're fun. What are you talking about? Hands are so much fun to draw. And if you even get to draw feet, feet are really fun to draw. They can be terribly expressive. I'm sure a kid with all this art everywhere. Oh, like all like this kind of art, this comic book style art. Yeah. Although, you know what? The really, the crapshoot about it is Dusty. Like these are all like old school, like superhero style arts, right? So like kids these days, they're into more anime, manga stuff, which I do, just in less degrees. I'm a broken man. No way. I've seen your doodles; they look good. I like your light application. You're not so how do I say it? You don't seem to be very courageous with where you drop shadows, but it looks like I can kind of see where you want to place your shadows just in the way that you apply your light. So you have like these very, sometimes your figures are very standing in very diffused light and then very soft lighting, and then you have a kind of a more painterly way of applying where you want the darker parts of your arts to be. So it's not bad, it's just very, very different. Hey, drawing hands, so I get it. No, they can be fun. They're fun and they're terribly expressive, like this, right? Hey Wesley, what the other another wolf? Actually, all three wolves have shown up on the stream. That's awesome. Damn. And that's Wastic. I like drawing hands. I'm just terrible. And that's Portraits of Hot Men and dipping. Hey, you know what? If you know what you're good at, why change a good thing? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, some anime is kind of like One Piece. It is not how you spell One Piece, Dusty, but you're good. Here, I'm yapping a lot. Let me put it on this screen right over here. Oh wait, no. This screen. There we go. That's pretty old, but again, it's... Yeah, One Piece might be the exception of the rule in that it's, I think it says from the 80s. I think the original One Piece might be from the very late 80s, if I'm not mistaken, or sometime in the 90s. And it's going still right now, forever. Yeah, Nove. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you have a much more painterly approach, and I like fooling around with contrast a lot more because it's comic style art. Comic style art lives and breathes in high contrast. So when I see light and shadow, I don't fool around with colors. I just make it, when in doubt, black out. Get even lighter. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Doing a color wash, it actually sounds like fun. I'm not too good with my own coloring technique, so I could probably learn a thing or two from you or from doing color washes, different coloring techniques like that. And Wesley Wolf, I appreciate you showing up, man. Are working on anything fun? We're just doing Daredevil. Speaking of One Piece, right there. Like the one Piece art I did do there. Hands always concept of too many. That's quite the visual aid you have there, Bronto, for your used for your hands. No, you're good. You're good. Greaser Wolf, I know. We were just talking about OCs too, Wesley Wolf. Saw what I made in. You mean the your OC, right? Right, Wesley. Dusty Pronto. I've drawn some really whack looking hands before too, so I know what that feels like. I mean, honestly, if someone wanted me to draw Harry Potter, I would do it. Dang, you're watching Daredevil. You're watching Daredevil, and you're watching a streamer draw Daredevil. Like, things are just, it's just, everything's coming up Daredevil with you, man. Draw hands fine. Yeah, it's like what I was saying. Hands are fun to do. And you know, like with you, like with your more cartoon style aesthetic, like you can even, you know, corrupt the hands to make them look more cartoon style. Oh, excuse me. Whereas something like this, something that's comic art style, we want the hands to look semi-real. So they have to look proper, but cartoon hands, they don't need that rule. They don't have to look proper. They just have to look fun. It's a very good lawyer, yeah. Wouldn't it be crazy if Matt Murdock was Daredevil? Wouldn't it be crazy? The blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen? Okay. All right. I never appeased Retro. I never appeased him. Man, that would be crazy. All right, here you go. Retro, thank you for the redeem. It's finally coming. Cheers, love. More realistic even than that. Yeah, I got you. I like doing either or, Wesley. If I have to draw a cartoon hand, you know, I like drawing the white glove style. But I've just been doing like a lot of this comic style art, so they have to look semi-real. But it's fun to do. I like your OC. Are you working on anything fun right now? I know you said it's been a while since you drew anything, but I have to ask. Okay, let's throw this one back up. This guy's basically done. But I'm just gonna fool around with it and put a couple extra, just like small, little tiny touches on it. It's to me, I think it's done. It's not my favorite, but it was fun to do. I will say that it was fun to draw. And the fun factor does matter. So let's use probably these two. We're just kind of touching up this face a little, this kind of weird looking face, but it's weird on purpose. I wanted him to look like he was kind of like this, like leaning back a little bit. So I think I succeeded in my own very small way. I'm thinking about just blacking out this other horn right over here too. Should I? Yeah, I think I want to. Yeah, let's do it. Father, forgive me what I'm about to do. Is anyone I draw outside of my Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Oof. Wesley Wolf. I love Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's so much Jekyll and Hyde stuff. I was actually just watching, not terribly long ago, but a minute ago, the old Spencer Tracy Jekyll and Hyde. and I got it matched up right with my original Frederick March Jekyll and Hyde. So there's so much Jekyll and Hyde films to watch, and so I was watching that. I watched there was a 1970s Jekyll and Hyde I was also watching, and then of course like the latter day, for all the film buffs out there, the very latter day Dr. Jekyll and Sister Hyde of the late Hammer era. That one too. Watched probably last October. Oh yeah, the Spencer Tracy one. It's kind of a weird. It's maybe they really try to put like a romance angle on it, but I just love seeing Spencer Tracy as Mr. Hyde. He does such a good job as Mr. Hyde, I think. Old school stuff. We talking old school, you know? And we do got to get the white Posca out real quick. This one does require it. yeah, Wesley. Artisanal choice, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Okay. If anyone knows it, pop quiz. If anyone knows it, don't Google. Who wrote Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? If you know it, reveal your answer in chat. Let's see how many people know it. Solomon SK, you got it. Bing, bing, bing. We got a winner. Right on time. Right on cue. It was not Edgar. Yeah. Funny guy. Solomon, hope you're doing well. It's been a minute. It's been a cool minute since I heard from you. I hope you're doing well, Ming. Not Edgar Allan Poe. Oh, was it? Oh. I didn't even know there was a ballet performance of that story. That sounds maybe a little niche, but I could understand it now that you're telling me that. I'm thinking like the ballet dance applications of how that story would go. Except 13 hours yesterday. Damn. Getting caught up for the whole week, huh? There's ads on. Okay, you're good, Wesley. Like, I think you already know, man. Watch your movies. A ballet performance of Jekyll and Hyde. That sounds pretty cool. It was incredible. Huh? No one knows who wrote that classic? No one knows? Besides my mother? My mother wrote the book? Hey, Solomon SK, where are you? Where are you? Hey, Erica, you got it. 10 points to Gryffindor. Aha, Erica. You got it. That's awesome. Okay. Extra credit. Who in the class wants extra credit? Robert Louis Stevenson wrote The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but he's also known for writing another story, multiple stories. What's one other story that Robert Louis Stevenson wrote, authored? Does anyone know? Where, literally, where are you? Slowly descended into madness. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool, Erica. I can't think fast, but I knew Wesley, you got. My dad? How the winds of change. It's now my dad. Use lighting. Yeah, that's a classic stage technique, is using the lighting to show the changes and whatnot. I gotcha. Oh, geez. You know what's kind of weird is there was a production of Taming of the Shrew that was on kind of around here a while ago, but it was supposed to be set in the American West, so it's Taming of the Shrew. It's a stage production. It's still, a play, but it was like a cowboy Taming of the Shrew. Oh. I kind of want to see that, but it didn't happen, sadly. It sounds cool. On paper, it sounds kind of cool. Treasure Island. Hey, Wesley Wolf, you got it. You know what's up. What's up? Seems like you know a thing about a thing. Very good. Treasure Island. One of the most famous pirates in Muppet history. And just history in general. Long John Silver. In honor of Long John Silver, we're going to name a fast food franchise after him. Long John Silver. The infamous, or rather famous, pirate from Treasure Island. If you know, you know. Probably going a little bit more over here. Maybe the nose a little bit, like. I think we'll go even further down on this mask like this. Maybe even just make the nose visible. Kind of like this. I think that looks better, actually. Chin big. Go over here. You know what, let's go down here a little bit. And trivia with chat. Yeah, Wesley Wolf. If you're still there, what was the name of your OC? Is it just Wesley Wolf or Wesley the Wolf? So that I can add it to the OC list. Wesley the Wolf. Okay, I got you. I got you. Spelled with a T in it. The very rare silent T. Yeah. So the pen is. Oh. You're on the West Coast? Alright. Let's see, where else can we put a little bit of the white? Where else can we put it? Oh yeah, right over here. Right over here. It's very, very light, not too much. And then over here, armpit area. Maybe up here. That's a little bit much, but we'll try and make it work for us. Where else do we need any white before we put this thing away? Maybe no. Actually, it doesn't need a whole lot. Over here on the legs. Jeez, what a happy song. Actually, I think that's probably fine where it is right now.
Okay. Check this out.
Chat's filter? You good, man?
Kick me one of them funky ass beats.
Oh, you're good, you're good. What's better than watching Daredevil and then watching someone draw Daredevil? Alright. Giant brain mode. Giant brain mode. Hey, you're good. Although yellow costume's better, I like the yellow costume more. I think he might be done. Just confused. As usual. No, I'm joking, dude. Alright. It's alright. Yeah, Wolf. Albedo, not Wesley. I see there's two wolves in here now. I gotta differentiate. I call loving Albedo Wolf because that was his old name. And Wesley's here. I like animated Daredevil more than Daredevil as well. Animated Daredevil? You mean animated? You mean like the Spider-Man cartoon Daredevil? Is that what you're getting on? The 90s one? Okay. I know he was in it, but it wasn't his show, right? It was Spidey's, so I mean, he couldn't be in it for too long. You know what's my favorite Daredevil? Is the Lou Ferrigno Incredible Hulk, like mid-80s made-for-TV movie of Trial of the Incredible Hulk. That's the best Daredevil, right? Right? Okay, hey Solomon. Okay, that means we got 4 wolves in here. Hey, look, there's your OC. All right, I'll call you Wolf. Okay, Wolf. And you can fight over who gets to be pack leader. Wolf. I read that in a very Zach Galifianakis a la Hangover voice. Very Wolf pack. Yeah. Yep. Now I like see like Wesley, like what you're saying. I like Daredevil too, but I like him more when he's Nicolas Cage. Donnie Shirts. Thank you for summoning Nicolas Cage. That's very cool. Very cool that you summoned Nicolas Cage. You're not just summoning the fire element inside of you. It's also Nicolas Cage. Oh, you didn't meet. Okay. It's okay. You can unfollow me. Do it right now. Unfollow me. If you don't want to summon Nick, don't summon Nick. Unfollow. You scared for him? Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I think he can take care of himself. No, he can take care of himself. Donnie Shirts. Live notifications. Oh, well, you know what? There's like 4 different follow alerts in there, and you drew the Nicolas Cage straw. I hate saying it, but well, that's just how it is. You drew the Nicolas Cage straw. He's finally out of debt, I heard, because he paid off all the shitty meat. Oh, I live. Let's go. He's finally done with taking shitty roles, and now he's Spider-Man. Now he's just like crazed noir Spider-Man, which is gonna be awesome. I'm I'm very excited for his next piece of work. I think it's gonna be great. Oh, do you? Oh, no way. You have a Ghost Rider movie poster? Hey, I love that old OG Ghost Rider movie. Donnie. Hey, you want to know something else, Wesley? Is that I have I think it's 2004? It would make sense. 2004. I have a old school Fantastic Four movie poster up on my wall too, and it's like it's framed by all of my Fantastic Four figures and shit like that. There's frickin' Michael Chiklis and Jessica Alba right there looking at me in the movie poster. No shit, it was 2005. Dang, they missed the opportunity there. I like the vibes in here, though. I just got finished streaming myself, so I'm gonna hit the lurk and get. Hey, Don Shirts, thank you for the follow. Thank you for showing up. It's just chill right now. We just got done with this blind lawyer from Hell's Kitchen. We just got done with him. We're just chilling for now. Gonna do, I think, a little art critique and analysis here very soon. Thank you for showing up. Very chill over here. Look forward to seeing you on the next one. We're just inking and stinking a lot here on Twitch. But thank you for showing up. How was that movie not released in 2004? I don't know. I mean, like it hasn't all been bad. I love Nicolas Cage. I think Nicolas Cage, he might be one of the last actual like old school Hollywood actors where he just acts. He just acts. It's about the art and that's all he's concerned with. Give him the script and he will do his job. He doesn't phone it in. He acts like a nut, but he never puts 10% of his acting ability in. He'll always put 100% Nicolas Cage into every one of his roles. Glitch, I gotcha. Erica, I see you over there. Where's my... Taking a year to make it. And you know what? I hate saying it, but in some ways, I like that old Fantastic Four movie more than the new one that just came out. The new one is bang up. I think it's bangers and mash. I think they do a good job. But in my own way, the production of the 2005 movie is just different because production value was different and it was good in its own way. I appreciate that. And in some ways, I like it more. Cannon fodder. Oh, dang. Hey, no, you're good, Erica. Wow, hey, someone redeemed hydration, thank you. It's a measly 10. It's a measly 10. Do I even have my water here? Nope, I don't. Hold on, let me grab it. Did they really? That's awesome. The whole movie? In the Game Boy Color version? Hey, game devs and friggin' publishers and studios were way different back in the day, you know what I mean? Plus it was kind of that era where everyone was just trying to fit movies into portable forms of entertainment. Because I know, I think, so Sony, they had like little PSP discs with movies on them. And then of course Game Boy did it. And then there was another one that was like a handheld that was only movies, but the storage was so poor you could only watch like 10 minutes at a time. And then you'd have to buy the next cartridge or whatever. You know. Back in the portable entertainment era boom, you know? Yeah, UMD. Yeah. Okay, let me grab a little bit of hydration. 1 second. And then we're gonna rip some art. We're gonna rip it apart. Maybe. We'll see. It's funny that Holiday, I think it was Holiday Scented Soap, said that they like the bug guy with the mustache. That's such an old school one. That's so old school. That's literally from like one X-Men comic I have from the 60s, and I was like, I'm gonna draw the bug guy, and I did. Good times. Anyway. Water? All right, 111 Wattwer. I got Wattwer. Like, I don't even know. Chance, if you're still here, you let me know. If you want me to rip into your art, I can. Maybe we will. Well, we've been going for 3 hours. It took that long? I know. The word rip, as far as applying it to someone else's art, sounds a little bit violent, doesn't it? I don't mean to be. My word usage is a bit poor right now, so that's on me. It took 3 hours. Well, I had breaks. I had breaks and yapping sessions to do this thing. Ooh, come on. Yeah, I was taking my time. I don't know if Chance is here, but I did have his art saved and pulled up just in case. Erica, I know you're right. As much as I like to get speedy with it, but Sometimes you just gotta slow it down a little bit instead. So that's what happened with this one. It's not bad. It's not my favorite. I can already tell what my favorite thing about it is, which would probably be the pose, and then this right over here. This part of the hatching right here, probably my favorite thing, just because it has enough of a curve on it that you can understand the shape of the muscle there, which I don't do very often. So I surprised myself doing that, and I think it looks good. Chance draws art. Chance draws art. Chance draws art is... Hey, Sire, what's on me? Okay, yeah, I didn't draw that one. I didn't draw that one. Oh yeah, and by the way, I'm right here. Hey, Sire, what's up? Hope you're doing good. I hope you got everything figured out with your, I think it was your mom and your sister and all that stuff. Hope you're doing good. Sire, thank you for showing up. Anyway, hey BB, yeah, I mean, so we were going to shred, we're gonna shred this guy's art in a very nice way. Just your sister, okay. I hope everything panned out. It's weird when you get AI phone call. That shit's kind of weird. All right. Okay, so what are we looking at? Let's turn the music down a little bit. Okay, right over here, I think is good. Okay, so Chance. You know what I should do? Maybe I should save this. Chance. Oh, Eric. Oh no, hold on. Yeah, that's your art. Oh, let me get you shout out real quick, Sire. Alright. Yeah, this is your art, Chance. Ooh, I know, Chance did a good job. He did a good job, but he also said that he wanted me to be critical of it. Which doesn't mean I'm gonna rip it apart, because it's good. It's still good work. It's quality work. But if you want me to pick at it, I can just pick at it. And really, what that means is just like dig into it and analyze and blah blah. You know. You said that you want it to look good. You want it to get better, right? You want your technique to get better. You yourself want to grow as an artist. I understand those feelings, and so for that cause, you've employed me. No. I don't intend to rip and tear until it is done. Okay, where am I? I'm right. Rip and tear. It's constructive criticism, yeah. Okay, so first of all, it's good work. It looks like, hold on, let's zoom out a little bit, because I'm probably gonna have to get my scratch paper too. So it looks like it looks like he's proportional, right? He does look good. So usually when you do the hands down to its sides, you do want it at around that mid thigh level, which you got. Yeah, it's not Wesley Wolf, right. What you say you work on it? Hey, there's nothing wrong with being in a do moment, right? Okay, so but if you want me to pick at it, I can pick on it. Hold on, I can pick. You're making me pick at it. Yeah. So in order to illustrate what I'm saying, let me grab a quick piece of scratch. Ooh, maybe I'll get my new... No, I have drawing paper. Hold on, let me get some drawing paper. Oh wait, not that one. Okay. I haven't busted out this sketch pad in a long time, so just bear with me. I hope it's big enough. I think it is. Hey, what up, Spider? Just, oh my god. What's up, Spider? Oh my god. I read that wrong so quick. About the jug? Getting juggy with it, Juggernaut. Ooh, nice. Hey, we're gonna rip some art apart if you want to learn some things. A la Spider, of course, right? This would just be like my 2 cents on it. Stick around. We're gonna be destroying Chance Draw's art. We're not gonna be destroying it. It looks good. This isn't my art. It's Chance Draw's. He did a great job. Can I put myself up? Hold on. Oh wow! Oh wow! I'm. Let's see. Like this is how big I'm. Hold on. Oh my god, bro! I remember when there like wasn't even. Oh wait, hold on. The camera's inverted. There wasn't even a show yet. And I remember reading that in the comic, just flipping to that page, and now it's a meme. Oh dang! We gotta hang on. We got super hang on. Okay, let me fix the camera real quick. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's better. Okay. Okay. Should I put a little picture of me in the little bottom corner just to finish it off? Right over here? Yeah. Okay. Okay, looking at the mark. Okay, so something I did like that you did, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but your line usage, which would just kind of be like your shape. I call it shape language. Lots of other artists do, and that basically just means that the upper torso and the arms. I love the way that you made them angular. In fact, you carried it all the way over to like his hips, right over there. Well, you can't see my mouse. And then as we go down here, it looks a little bit, you tried to round out his legs a little bit, and your lines got a little bit more uh, not softer, but they weren't as angular. So I guess if I'm being really nitpicky, I'm picking. I think there's kind of there's a divorce between the upper half of the art and the lower half of the art, where the thighs and the lower legs look more roundy, and then up here it's much more harsh and much more angular. Like personally, I like the harsh angles. I like the harsh angles, but that's just me. Figured out how to make them angular. Hey, you're good. You'll figure it out. You just will. You'll figure it out. You know. And the other thing, speaking on the legs, I think the other thing that you might want to consider is the way that the shadows fall on the legs. So, generally speaking, you got most of it. You got most of it. The most obvious thing that looks wrong is the lower leg on the front right leg. So you have it like this. Hold on, I'll draw it real quick. So this would be the knee right over here. And so, hold on, let's go in more. See what we're doing. This is the thigh. This is the knee. Hey, Retro, thanks for showing up, man. I appreciate that. I did redeem your shot. I appreciate that. Dang it. Thank you for that, man. We're doing a little bit of, this was a requested art critique and analysis that we're just kind of going over for now. But thank you for showing up, Retro. I hope to see you. Excuse me. I hope to see you on the next one. Dang, Retro, what? Has it been a half hour? Oh, geez. The advice is going to get worse from here on. Spider instructions are unclear. Yeah, if you're a dragon, hey man, post it in the Discord. Thanks for the candy. Thanks for the candy. Hold on, let me finish my thought really quick though. Okay, so basically, Mark's thigh up here, Mark's knee is over here, and then this would be his lower leg, right? Hey, Toad lives on. Thank you, Retro. Thank you, Abito. I'm gonna be here. We're just chilling for now, man. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for the redeems. I guess I gotta eat more candy. Get some rest. We still need Jimmy. Okay. So we have the knee here. And this is the lower leg. This is the upper leg. So the way that you applied the shadow, let's put his boot right here. So the way that you applied his shadow was like this and X. Anytime you see an X in comic art and it's not finished, X just means that it's going to be a shadow. It's what like a lot of other artists employ. It's what I employ. So anytime you see like a sketchy drawing that I have and there's an X there, it just means that it's going to be a shadow. Okay. So you drew the shadow on Mark's knee like this, and then you also put his knee that was also in shadow, right? And then you made a little bit of highlight right here. So this highlight, that's right. You got this right, and putting his knee in shadow, it's right. It was a choice, but where you kind of tripped up a little bit was this shadow right over here. So this, I think you already know this one, but this bone right here, which is going to be that's going to be your tibia, that's going to be a surface form. So if this lower leg is going to be in shadow, then you need to probably do, this part's going to be highlight, and then the shadow is going to be over here, like that. And then you can also put the knee in shadow like how you had it, and then continue with the shadow up here. So it should look like that, anatomically speaking. how does the shadow fall on the body, it's gonna be closer to that. Like what you did, because you have this little curve here, like with your shadow, it looked like you were trying to put highlight on this muscle of the leg, which you can do, but it wouldn't be so swoopy like that. It would be like this for sure. This bone right here dictates a lot of shadow when you're trying to drop some shadow on it. Need to know this sketching my... Hey, you're good, Albedo. Yeah. We're just doing a little bit of critical analysis. With Bridgman's book? Yeah, no. I studied it too. I studied it too. And if it helps, you know, take a photo of yourself for references if it helps too. I've done it. I don't really do it anymore, but I've done it in the past. But yeah, this surface form right here. And like if you want to keep going, right? So you made the choice to have his boot whited. You whited the boot out because it's a different color, right? It's the same thing I did with DareDevil. So I think it's like a yellow boot if I remember right. So by making the choice to have it all just white, that's fine. But keep in mind that also means that whatever kind of yellow you apply right here, that's whatever yellow or oranges or reds that you apply to this yellow boot, it's going to have to imply where the shadows are going to be. So for example, since we had shadow up here, if you continue that shadow, this shadow would go all the way down here. But if you're leaving it white, then you just have to make sure that you probably put a little bit of oranges or your reds there just to imply that shadow. This shadow keeps going. Just because your boot ended here doesn't mean the shadow stops. You're good, Chins. I'll stop in a second. I mean, the better I could prepare my... Hey, you're good, Albedo. Yeah, if you want to learn, absolutely. And let's see, what else did we got? So, over here. Oh, I'm using wood. Hey, you're good, Albedo. There's no rush on that. I know commissions can get expensive and whatnot, but if you do, I'm game, and I appreciate you. Thank you for thinking of me. Appreciate it, man. Have both of them? Yeah, I know. All right, so the next thing I was going to tackle would be the way how you applied your shadow to the upper leg. And a little bit. So it looks like again, you have the knee blacked out like this. And then you had the little impression of the highlight, H's highlight. You had the highlight over here, which would be this would be, in medical terms, this muscle is called the vastus medialis, which just means it's the large inward-facing muscle of the upper leg. And so this muscle goes all the way up, and it connects at the iliac crest, so it goes all the way up to the hips. So what I mean when I say that is just that, let me look at it. It looks like you continued the shadow pathway of it, right? Because you did this and you blacked this out. And then the thing that really throws me off is how you threw this kind of crescent shaped shadow over here. and it's like all the way over to the side, and it just it looks, it just doesn't look correct, especially on the left leg. On the right leg it looks passable, but on the left leg it just looks incorrect. I recommend learning shadows. I'm scaring up. Hey, Albedo. You must face your fears. Right? The shadows? Yeah. One of my favorite. I have a couple. Let me finish my. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought with this one, and I'll show you the books that I recommend. The books that I have. Anyway, so you had this crescent-shaped shadow over here, and it's just incorrect because that really wouldn't be there. So the surface forms of it would be right here is the highlight. This would be a chunky surface form up here, and then right here again would be another one. And these are what's called your quads. This is the quads muscle group of the upper leg. So you have your right here, this is called your So the quads, it means four, right? Quad, quadratic, quadrilogy. Quad means four, right? You have four muscle groups. One you can discount entirely. This one's called okay. So here we have this one is going to be on top, and this one goes all the way up to the hip bone, basically. And this one's going to be completely obscuring the unessential quad muscle group, which would be called the vastus intermedius. It's completely discounted. As far as artists are concerned, there's only 3 muscle groups in the quad, and it's these 3, right? So it almost kind of has like a gas tank, like a motorcycle gas tank shape, like a reverse teardrop almost. And then this one up here, this one down here, kind of, they both kind of tuck under it. This one actually kind of occupies the side of it, the vastus lateralis, which just means a large muscle on the outside. And then this one kind of seems like it almost tucks up underneath it, which it does anatomically speaking. This one's the vastus medialis, which just means it's a large facing muscle from the inside. Hey, Albedo, I got you, man. Thank you for showing up. I know you're busy. Keep going. Keep making your comic. I'll catch you on the next one, okay? I won't be going for too much longer. I'm just going. So anyway, with that being said, when I saw your crescent-shaped shadow up here, it almost looked like you were trying to imply a little bit of this muscle, but it's a little too far off. It's a little too cockeyed where you don't quite match it. So you got this shadow right. Shadow right. So this just needs to be, if you're gonna do shadows, because you could even do it on like this side of the muscle too, right? You were kind of implying it with this angle up here. You do something like this. You're enjoying the lesson? Hey, thank you, Holiday Senate. So, hey, good night, Albedo. Hey, man. Let me make a night for you. So anyway, we have the 3 large muscles that we're concerned with when looking at the leg from the front. And you had that that crescent shaped shadow right there, and it's just like you had to go in like all the way down here, like it was just too deep. It was so deep that it was kind of like it looked like it was cutting into this muscle here. And so to correct that, I would just basically outline that muscle with your shadow, right? And the muscle is shaped kind of like this. And so that's how you would draw something like that. And then once you learn some of these like muscle shapes, drawing them in a more angular style is going to get more and more easy, because you also said that you struggle with drawing them in a more like harsher angle style. But once you learn these muscles, they get a lot easier to draw in a much more like harsher tone. I'm learning time for the lie. I really don't think about the shapes like that, even though besides stiffness, I feel like legs are my biggest weakness. Okay, yeah, hey, nothing wrong with that. I used to hate drawing legs, but now I think they're one of my favorite parts to draw, just because you can get so much expression out of the way that you draw a leg that I actually really enjoy drawing legs now. So anyway, with that being said, let me see. So if this is your knee, right? This is your knee. This is going to be your inward facing muscle, and you drew it in a very elliptical style, which just means it's like an oval. But if we're going to make it harsh, we can employ these different tricks like this. So this is going to be facing out a little bit more. It's going to get heavier here. Do something like this. And then right here. You can put like a little angle here if you want. It's anatomically incorrect, but you can call that a flourish or an ornament. And then as it goes down here, this muscle should get soft. It doesn't have to. You can even make it harsh like that, so that it has this really severe slant into the knee where the tendons connect into the bone. And you can do the same thing here. You can make it like really severe like that, and make it just a really blocky and rough looking leg. And you can even grow even more distressed with how blocky you want to make the muscles look. And then obscure this and shadow that so that there's still a little bit of value. So it's a very, very blocky looking leg at this point. You know, these are just like the different kind of tricks that you can employ to make it look a little bit more, like I said, distressed. Because it looks like, judging from your style, it looks like you want to have angles in your drawing. And there's nothing wrong with that. It just means that you have a very strong sense of your shape language. It means that you already know how you want those muscles to be presented in your drawing. I can see that you, on his like rib cage, where you have the white outline there, you made a very, very harsh angle there, and it looks good. And you did the same thing with the hips too. That's a little easier to do on him because it's all blacked out in silhouette. But if you want to use the same tricks with the legs, you can do something like kind of like what I'm drawing right here, so that maybe there's not such a divorce between the upper half and the lower half of the figure. I really like drawing abs. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Because if you're drawing character art, you always want to see like an action pose, so you kind of get used to drawing the upper body only. But eventually you're going to want to make your way to, something like that, where you can actually see the legs. And then, you can make the legs look expressive in their own way, like what I was saying. Yeah. All my OCs used to just be like disembodied, like upper body halves, so I completely understand what you mean. There's nothing wrong with that. I think we have all kind of maybe went through something like that, where we just draw heads only, or we just draw upper bodies only, right? Hey, you're good, sire. Get some Chinese food. Get some more Chinese food. Don't get into any fights. Okay, let's see what we got. It's especially useful if you're drawing a character who has like really thick thighs, like it doesn't even have to be like female. It could be like Chun-Li. Chun-Li has really thick thighs, right? So if you want to show how she might have very powerful legs, then you're going to want to learn some of these shapes and some of these shadows to apply to a character like maybe Chun-Li, or maybe if you're drawing someone like the Flash who runs all the time, right? And you're gonna want to show that he has like really developed leg muscles. Really good. Hey, no, you're good, Chance. I'm happy that you're finding it useful. It's I guess from a more pedagogical vantage, it's sometimes hard to dole out the appropriate criticism, but to me, art is like a mountaintop, and the people who are at the top or who are at higher points in this mountain, you know, it's like they should be helping each other out, not shoving each other down. So if you know something I don't know, you let me know. If you have a secret art technique I don't know, I want to know, right? I really enjoy drawing legs and back. Oh yeah, backs can be fun too. Those can be tricky, but those are fun. Recommend for shading and such. I use Morpho series books. For lining, I just mentioned 3D lining and turn that into Wesley. Well, the 3D lighting is doing a little bit of the work for you, but I understand. Like I get what you're saying. Turn that into color. Yeah, that's kind of like kind of more of a painterly technique, if I have to say something on that. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Wesley. Fan, who are your? Okay, hold on. One question at a time. I have to have my candy. I have to show off my inking books, and then I will go to comic inspiration. So let me, let me tackle one question at a time. This is a really old sketchbook. Is there anything even worth showing off in here? Oh, I don't know. This one's kind of dorky. You know, you were talking about backs, right? Here's one. This one is it's kind of a cartoon version of the figure. So he's not supposed to be super serious, and I wanted to exaggerate him in almost like The Incredibles, you know, where he's this huge, like cartoonishly large upper body and these like really small legs. And, you know, he's looking over his back, so I just wanted it to look kind of silly, but, you know, it's old too, so it may not be anatomically 100%, but it was fun doing, like, these, like, little shadows over here, and I wanted to give him this, like, big butt, and this, like, huge upper back. Almost like the Tick. Kind of like the Tick. That's an old one. That's not gonna stay. Get your freaking rumble bots. Bro. If you don't have your rumble bots, get your rumble bots, all right? No, hey, holiday send soap, you're good. You're good. Wesley Wolf, I hope you got your rumble bot, because then I'm gonna call you out and I'm gonna make your rumble bot fight my rumble bot, and it's gonna be a whole rumble bot, you know, massacre up in here, man. The throwback, yeah. Oh man. Oh wait, not that. Here we go. Okay. Hold on, I'm grabbing the appropriate books because I was asked about books. There's a couple different books that you can choose. These are mine. My personal favorites. Candy. My Rumble bot is tough. Damn. Yeah, I was pretty upset. Maybe I should talk about my Rumble bot obsession when I was a kid. I just really wanted one, and I finally got one. But they tried to market it with the cards. Because collecting cards was just part of everything back then, part of every toy. Okay, okay. Yeah. Combine it with a collecting card game so we can keep making money as a company. Okay. Alright. Speed this up. Okay, there we go. There we go. That's better. A little bit better. I'm covering up your name, so now it just says Chan. You are now Chinese. No, I'm joking, man. Chance Draws is now Chan. Chan Draws. Or is it Chan? Chan. Chan Draws. Alright. Retro, I know you're gone. Cheers. Love you. A man? What do you mean a man? Lots of guys here. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, that's what we're working on. A man! Yeah, man. Boys? Oh, you mean me. You mean me. Dang. Oh, yeah, I'm here. Well. Hey, Nove, I hope your shift has been going good. I hope it's almost done. We're going over a critical art analysis. Actually, you should have been here. We were learning anatomy. Dang. We were learning anatomy. We're going over Chance Draw's art because he wanted some critical analysis. So I've been giving him my own 2 cents about this piece in particular that he provided. Talking about anatomy, talking about shadow usage, talking about shape language, all of these things. So that's what we've been covering in the meantime. Hey, no. You're gonna have to be a sanctified VOD watcher, but I don't know. I don't really know the depth of your artistic prowess, but maybe you already know all this stuff. I like using spears as a source of light matching because it's so color grading. Yeah, absolutely. Just the typical sphere ball alone, there's what 5 different types of shadows that you get on just one sphere if you really want to dig into that. Ooh, 9 hours. Oh yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Wolf. For drawing. Oh, you mean like reflective? Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. So for books, we were asked about books. Refraction, yeah. Refraction or highlight, if you want to dilute it and call the refraction a highlight, but you can. Yeah. I know, that sounds legit. Nove, the 8 days off. Sounds legit. Leather? Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Drawing leather? You mean on your OC, because it's a very shiny leather. Yeah, I understand. And see, I'll show you here right now. Like there's different kinds of leathers that you can render too. Not Daredevil. He's just sitting here on the drawing board. Okay, so like, you want to talk about leather, right? And you want to talk about comic art. Well, Wesley, you're on this whole 3D light shining game, and I completely understand that. But if you just want like something like very just typical comic style art, like this kind of stuff, right? And you say leather, like this is kind of how I understand leather, right? Where it's basically just any other piece of cloth. Obviously it bends a lot harder, but the shadows in where the folds appear, that's what concerns me, right? I don't have the same kind of how do I put it? The same kind of approach where you shine a light on your object and then you have you boom, you have it. You can do something like this, like this leather jacket right here, and you can, where's my pencil? You can use these shadows and blow them up or make them small or exaggerate them in any kind of way. And now that jacket doesn't just become an object with light on it. Now it becomes an expressive jacket with whatever you want it to say. But that's just my own artistic approach. You know, like even this jacket right here, it's probably not how I would have done it. I probably would have done some things differently. Does it look like a leather jacket? Yeah, it does. Does it look okay? Yeah, it does. You know, I would have done things differently, but it looks good. This is very, very comic style. So I would have done something similar to this. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, books. Before I get even more distracted, books. So the books that I recommend for inking, gonna be mainly two. So I'll go with this one first. This one's Burn Hogarth. Burn Hogarth is he's probably in like every like art classroom or like art collegiate level classroom, really. But he has a bunch of books on anatomy, on lighting, on landscape, on shape, on all kinds of things. But I don't want to say he's the guy who wrote the book, but he kind of is the guy who wrote the book. And he teaches you some very, very basic things, very comic style oriented too, I would say. So this is what I was actually showing off earlier. He goes over how to wield silhouette and how to understand a three-dimensional object as a form of just shadow. He goes over, see, like for instance, even though it's a pile of bodies, you can tell based on your knowledge of what a body should look like, what hand this hand is in front of this foot, right? You can tell because of the perspective and because of the way the layering of the figures on top of each other. You can just tell, even though the entire thing is like from far away, kind of a mess, you can tell where it is. And he goes over this. Here's another one. You can tell that these are in the background and this is in the foreground, despite them both being the same shape. How? Why? You can do the same thing here. Is the warrior in front of him or in front of the victim or behind the victim? You can tell he's in front. And he goes over things like that. You know, and then he goes over, you know, different kinds of lighting, you know? You have different kinds of lighting. So this would be my first recommendation. What's up, Bronto? Bronto, what's up? Dynamic Light and Shading by Burn Hogarth would be my first recommendation for Shadow. I was self-taught. Yeah, I didn't go to any art school. I paid attention in art school. I didn't go to any specific art school. Which is I think that maybe if you look at enough of my art, you can kind of still detect a modicum of how would you say it? You can still see that I don't look formally trained when I draw something. I don't think I do. I don't purport to. I don't think I look like I do. I have fun what I'm doing, but that's besides the point. You mean this one right over here? This one? Dynamic Anatomy by Bern Hogarth? Same thing. I am an outsider artist, Solomon. I did not have any kind of formal training other than the one that was given to me in public school. That was it. The rest is just self-study. And really, if you have an internet connection, you can teach yourself a lot of this kind of stuff. I mean, that's part of the beauty of having the internet, is that it's such a great tool to teach you all these different tips and techniques. I think a large part of it might be to decode who's going to help you and who's going to stymie you. But it's always good when you can get any kind of formal training. I'm not speaking out against that. I think that's fantastic. Anyway, the anatomy book is good. It's a little bit more characterized, I would say. Hold on. He's going over different planes on the head, different angles. Yeah. But see, then you get into this kind of stuff, and he's showing you the different kinds of expression techniques that you can use to even do something as simple as a head. And this is not going to be very important if you're trying to learn basics. Like these are the important things right here. These surface forms. Like these shadow forms. That's what's going to be important. And like even the way that Byrne draws these people, they're very, like, you want to say like classical, neoclassical. They're very round. They're very round, which I guess is good, but you know, it's just his style. See, like even like something like this. When have you seen anyone look like that? But he's not entirely incorrect. This lower part of the abdominal is going to stick out a little bit more in this flexion. And here we have a little bit of perspective going right over to the clavicle muscles, which it's all accurate. It's all right information, but it might be a little hard to digest, is all I'm saying. I'm going to college for arts and people are giving me mixed vibes. Okay, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, Bronto. If you have, like I said, any kind of instructor helping you and teaching you, I think that's a good thing. But it's not, it may not be the perfect thing. Everyone, especially when it comes to art, we all do things differently. We all absorb the information being taught to us very, very differently, right? So I just hope that it's going to be what you need. And you know what? If it's not what you need, you can come over here and you can ask me. Yeah, I got that one at a Goodwill. In case you didn't know, Chance Draws, I got that one at a Goodwill for a couple bucks. And I feel like school will help me with one. Yeah. Now you can't live without art. Yeah, excellent. What about lean fat on the body? I know how comic art likes to embellish muscle tone. Lean fat on the body. So you're talking about someone who's kind of like a little bit skinnier then, if I got that right, Eros Arrow? Okay, because Well, the thing is with like what you're saying, even whether it's fat, whether you have a body with high fat content or low fat content, there's still going to be a lot of shadow on it, right? And comic art specifically emphasizes shadow. They had to get used to printing in only black and white. So from that point, you had to understand the body and the planes of the body from just black and white, shadow and harsh angle, all these things, right? So if you have someone who's really big and has lots of body fat, like they're fat, like what we were talking earlier, you can get like a sphere and get 5 different kinds of shadow on the one sphere. If it's a fat body, you can get lots of shadow. Skinny bodies too have plenty of shadow as well. Well, Eros Arrow, well, you also have to understand that they put everything they have into Shode, and they're like completely dehydrated, and some of them aren't even, you know, natural bodybuilders, but blah 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 blah. Yeah. So basically, it sounds like what you want, Eros Arrow, is a character who's basically looks like they're flexing all of their muscles 100% of the time, right? Because like what you said, comic art's fun, and we like to emphasize muscles. Muscles are dramatic, and they express drama, and so we like to do that. But if you're doing something that's like, I don't want to say like kind of a bodybuilder fat, but no, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Muscles are the 90s. Muscles actually only existed in the 90s. So Eros Arrow, what that makes me think of is a little bit more of what I like to call like the classical, or even like the neoclassical art style, where you have lots of Italian frescoes and Greek frescoes if you're going like way back in time. And these figures, they look like they're fat, but they're not maybe flexing all the time, and still so powerful, monumentally powerful, right? So how do you convey a character that's powerful, not dehydrated, but still flexing? So what I would say to that is it's a little bit more up to the, I would say 2 things. One, it would be the shape that you're using, definitely the shape, and then the shadow usage. So like, say for instance, if I drew this Daredevil right here and I wanted him to look like what you're thinking, there'd probably be like less highlights, but I would still do my best to get like those like chunky shapes, like those like really like chunky chest muscles, but not like stretched and like really tight chest muscles, if that makes any sense. I would have to come up with a good example to show you. It's very, very decided by the kind of shape that you use and the kind of shadow that you decide to put on it, I would say. Yeah. Eros Arrow, I understand what you're saying. I think I track what you're saying. Solomon, I try my best to be a chunky chest muscle every day. Do I succeed? Not all the time. You're trying to Ariel Olivetti, but his characters always look like they're flexing constantly. Yeah. Ariel Olivetti, Ariel. I think I know who you're talking. He's the painter, right? If I got that right, Holiday Scented Soap. Too hot to handle. Yeah, I know. It can't. 90s, the 90s, like Tom Platz, Frank Zane, Bustles, those are gone. They don't exist anymore. Hold on. Do I have a... See, like, Eros Arrow, we were just talking about... See, like, we were just talking about Burn Hogarth, and Hogarth kind of has the same approach, where you can tell that this guy... See, this could be Daredevil. It's not, but, if you look at this, the way that he's approaching the anatomy, it could be Daredevil. Everything about this anatomy is accurate. It's not my favorite, but it's accurate. these muscles down here, well, these are going to jut out more with this kind of flexion. You're going to have this kind of fold, you know, you can make these kind of angles. And, you know, at this point from this vantage, these pectoral muscles are going to get very small. So it's, like I said, it's all about the shape and how much shadow you decide to drop on it. I think it's very doable. Cross-hatching? Oh, I love cross-hatching. I mean, that's kind of... I like to practice hatching all the time. I'm sorry if I'm blowing out the mic. Yeah. So, like, with what I did here, there's some hatching. I don't think I did any cross-hatching just because this piece, I don't think needed the cross-hatching. Cross-hatching can be good. Not everyone, you know, knows how to do it in the most optimum way, I think is the best way I can say it. But David Finch has a hella good cross-hatching style. And it's funny that you bring him up because I don't think I've ever seen a David Finch comic art where his figures look like they're like what you were saying earlier, where they're like chunky and or more rested but muscular still. His figures are severe and just striated and harsh and very lean. He has some of the leanest, most stretched out muscles I think in comic book work, and he's very, very good at it. But that's because he knows how to hatch. He knows how to put the shadows on those very, very lean muscles. I've seen him draw like pectoral muscles as thin as pancakes, but they look good because he knows how to apply his shadows and shapes to it. Okay, anyway. So, to answer the question of the second book. He did the art for Venom Space Knight. Venom Space Knight, did he really? Dynamic Anatomy? You mean the book that I just showed off? Arrow's Arrow? That book is Dynamic Anatomy by Burren Hogarth. We were showing off actually dynamic light and shading. Oh, the overall style of comic art. The overall style? Well, let me like pull up a reference real quick. So I can like understand what you're saying. I'm trying to jibe with what you're saying. I have some desk copies here, but like specifically a 90s style? Bear with me, we're getting Okay, so like something like, you mean like Finch style, like something like this? Like 90s extreme style? Dynamic Anatomy? Like that? Oh, excuse me. Oh, we're gonna crack that one open. I never got to my second book. I got derailed. Kind of popular in the 90s, yeah. Okay. Okay, so first of all, no, you're good. So you can see here that let's get in here. Okay. We get an immediate sense of the character by how powerful he is because of how Bart, is it Bart? No, it's Andy Smith. Andy Smith. How he was able to exaggerate different forms and shapes of these muscles, right? So he has this huge, this would be called your latissimus dorsi right here, right? Huge tricep, huge lats, just tiny waist, all 16, 25 abs, right? And then just elongated leg muscles. His style was always just legs for miles on the men and the women. Everyone had just like 5-foot legs, right? But that was just his own style. Classic 90s style emphasized striation. And let me see if I can put that right. Steroids are exactly. In the 90s, every superhero was taking steroids. Are you kidding me? Okay. Which is just a fancy word which means tension. It just means tension and stress. So something like that. Kind of 90s style. It maybe not the most Finchian, if you'll allow the expression, but it's kind of close. And it looks good. See? Okay, so not looking at the colors. I'm doing my best not to look at the colors because this is all digitally colored. Like you can't, it would be very, very hard to replicate this with traditional means, especially the silver parts. But see, like you have these very, very subjective choices of putting these heavy shadows here on this arm and then down here and then up here with like a little tiny bit of this yellow highlight just to show us that this shoulder was here and this upper arm was here, right? So I guess you could say it's a little subjective. No one is shredded. Yeah. Well, here's another thing I was going to show you, Arrows. Okay. This one's a final fight, right? So you want someone who's big and powerful, but not dehydrated, right? So like Mike Heiger. So you can see right here, this is the cover. He's huge, right? A very, very cheap and easy trick to do is if you want him to look big upper body or just big shoulders, big arms, you can make the head smaller or you can make the hands smaller, right? It's very cheap and easy to do. And when I say cheap, I mean it in the honest way. There's a final come. Solomon, this one's actually old. This one came out last year. I think the series is done. This is just number 1. So anyway. Let me get to a good example. It's a very fun comic. There's lots of really fun like approach in this, you see. Like it's not 100% cartoony, but you can see how much fun the artist is having just by doing this book alone, right? Like with the poses, like look at the shapes involved, right? Like no one needs to look like this, right? They just need to look like how I want them to look, which according to this artist is silly and fun. And you see, like, here's another one right here. Damned, right here, this guy. He's big, and you can see that he's big, but you also see how tiny his hand is and how big his everything else is, his butt. The only thing you have here is this little tiny shadow on this forearm and right over here. And then everything else to indicate that he's big is just a little bit of highlight up here, right? So it's like what I said earlier. If you want a character who's big, that doesn't look like, you know, like that other kind of art, then it's really more so a choice of shape and shadow usage. Let's see. Chicken wing, exactly. Yeah, it's sorry. Is that what you're eating, or is that what you're looking at here when you look at Damned, right? Chicken wing. No. So I know, Solomon, the game came out actually in 1989, if I remember right. It was called Street Fighter 89 originally. The comic came out last year. Rob Life. It's not quite Liefeldian. No. This was not Liefeld style. This would be a little bit more typical 90s style, where all the muscles are not just exaggerated, but really, really stressed. Every muscle's being flexed, almost like they're getting zapped by a bolt of lightning. So every muscle is tensed. So the question was, by Eros, how do I make a body look still strong and powerful without it looking like all the muscles are tensed? And this is my answer. You never had a chicken wing? Ooh, dang. Time to, I was gonna say, time to have some chicken wings. Time to have some banchan chicken. Yeah, Bronta, yeah. Ooh, yeah, the Final Fight comic. Yeah, it's a good comic. It's a good comic. Anyway. So like here's another one we can look at. This one's obviously a 2-page spread, so there's going to be a little bit more detail in here. So do you see how all of this detail in this arm, there's hardly any lines, right? Like there's a little bit of line right here, and here. But let's look at it a little bit closer, right? So it's very, very conservative in the way that it applies the blacks, these shadows. But then you also see he's able to show all of the muscle form in just hatching alone. All the just little tiny tick lines like this right here, and you can understand the form of that bicep, which makes him look, big and strong, powerful, blah, 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 blah. And then you still have the surface forms that are implied by not just muscle, but bone as well, right? So something like this indentation here is courtesy of the elbow, and then these right here are courtesy of the all the forearm muscles. So all I'm saying is that, yeah, he doesn't need every muscle to be flexed to be like big and strong looking. Like there's other tricks you can employ. Like here's another one, right? Speaking of Dale Keown, like obviously the source of light is coming from below him, right? But you see the subtraction of detail in the forearms, which is basically where the action's coming from. So that subtraction actually emphasizes it more, because you see how everything else is drawn in but that makes it even more powerful, if you ask me. I think he did a good job. Here's another one over here. Almost no lines. In fact, all this, like this shadow here, that's color. These shadows here, that's color. So sometimes it's just a matter of how you apply your colors. If you want to get so soft with your lines, use your colors. Part of the challenge of doing comic art is knowing when the job of the shadows and the ink is done, and knowing when the job of the colors is to begin, right? So look, her leg is all color. There's no lines in her leg at all. His back has very little lines. It's all color. Like here's another one. There's actually not a whole lot of line usage there. It's very little. It's just hatching here, a little bit of blacks, some hatching here, here. The rest is just color. And I know it might not be everyone's favorite shape of what an arm should look like, but it still manages to convey an idea of that it's supposed to be a very strong arm. Arm belonging to Damned, he's a very strong guy, right? And I love, It's a weird looking hand. But you know what? I actually like it. I like it because it looks very shape driven, right? The hand is just a piece of this entire drawing right here, and that hand has enough of a hook on it that I think it excites me. So I think the hand looks good. It looks very incorrect, obviously, but it doesn't need to look correct. It just needs to look good for this comic, right? So that's what this guy did. Kind of the same thing here. Anyway, I'm blabbing. I hope that answered your question. Bonchon, yeah. I'm blabbing. Water. What did you, Solomon? Okay, well, I never got to the second book that I recommend for Shadow, for ink usage, which is a pretty easy one. It's The Art of Comic Book Inking. If you're still here, Chance Draws and Holidays Ended Soap. Because I know you're here when I went on this entire tangent. So anyway. The good thing about this book is that not only would it give you some tips and tricks, but it lets you look at different artist approach to the same drawing and look at why they make those choices. Okay, so it goes over the basics. I show you. It goes over the basics. Hatching, cross-hatching, different kinds of angles you can use, or different kinds of texturing, right? Goes over even more basics. The Wizard books, no, I did not arrow, sadly. Okay, so it goes over different kinds of textures. Pile of rocks. How do you draw a pile of rocks? Is he standing in front of a pile of rocks? Is she standing on the pile of rocks? How do you draw a pile of rocks? It's right here. I know, it's kind of bright. See? And there's different ways that you can convey a pile of rocks. You can use hatching. You can just use straight up black ink like that. You can block it out. You can get even more detailed with it if you want. There's different kinds of I've employed this technique before. This cross pattern technique. The Horu. Going over a little bit of art technique. Thanks for the follow. Going over inking technique right now. Hope you're doing well. Eros Arrow, summoning Nicolas Cage. Another Nicolas Cage. Appreciate that. The best part of this book. Okay, it's gonna be right over here, just to show you. Okay. For example, the moth, right? So it gives you the page. Hold on. It gives you the page of what it's supposed to look like on the pencils, right? Yeah, you got a good one, Bronto. Or no. The arrows did, but it's a good one. Which one did you get? So this one's Gary Martin. This is how he inks this page, right? And then you get the same page inked by Mark Farmer instead. Great. Mark Farmer, fantastic inker, right? Same page, Joe Rubinstein. I have Joe Rubinstein comics that I go back to look at how he does inks. Joe Rubinstein is a legend. So just to give you an idea. Like, right, something as simple as like a couple of panels right here. They do it differently. See, there's more white usage there. Even more here. Yeah, you see a little bit more hatching here, like on the hat. Oh no, this is a different one. So now we can see how these artists do the same page. See? And you know, the differences are going to be subtle, but learning about those subtleties is really going to elevate your inking. Like, it's not always about just filling the page out, right? Because as we've seen before, you can have great art, but you don't need a lot of lines to make great art. You just need to know where to put your lines, right? Comic art is line art, and it's the emphasis of what you're drawing that we need to express. So you don't need fat lines everywhere to convey this giant hulking Mike Haggar. You just need to know where to put your lines, is all I'm saying. Oh, anyway, this book right over here, yeah, I do recommend it. Great book. Comic book, The Art of Comic Book Inking. Ooh, I even have the expanded edition. Art of Comic Book Inking and Dynamic Light and Shade. And of course, you know, whatever other kind of like comics or art tips or anything like that. If you can look at a piece of line art or comic art critically and see, oh, I like that. But then ask yourself why you like that and think about the light and the light source and the way that the artist applied the shadows and why you like that. Like, then you're really cooking. Then you're really getting something. Starling with diversity and line work. Always wanted to make every line the same size and shape. Everything you make these shape. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like even like for this DareDevil, right? I didn't want every line in this DareDevil to be the same. Like specifically, I wanted the lines on this cane right here to be a little bit thicker because it was closer to us, and then over here on the neck, like you can see there's a little bit of taper here on the shoulder and the neck, because that emphasizes a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a different thing than I think if everything was just outlined in like really heavy black line, which you may not see unless you're like really zoomed in like this. Line weight is very, very important if you're doing line art. It's through that line weight, it's through that diversity of line weight that we're going to get the kind of emphasis that we want on the figures that we're drawing. Boxed up. That's the reason why you're painting more. Hey, you're good, so. And you know, if you even have like a very painterly approach to line art, that's its own unique thing in and of itself. It may not be a bad thing, but it never hurts to learn more technique. Coverage with paintbrush. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Yeah. With comic art, see, like I have a good example. Maybe like right here. So need more like understanding different techniques. See, like when you say like a painterly approach, and I'm gonna get to you, Eros. So like with lots of anime art, right, or manga art, so much of it is understood in a painterly approach. But you see things like this where there's really not a whole, like obviously like there's like a lot of black usage here, but there's actually not a whole lot of like really heavy black areas in this image, right? Because it's trying to emphasize a little bit more of the shape, and I think maybe a little bit more of the maybe that anime if it gets animated or something like that, you know? Anime and manga, I think, especially anime, lends itself more to painter style approach because they like to emphasize, I think, color value a little bit more. But that's why it's so nice having these manga copies, is that sometimes you will get stuff like that, right? Where you see the application of the shadow right over here. Like, they're probably not going to do that in the anime, right? That these shadow applications, that came from the manga artist specifically. That looks good. That excites me. That is actual comic style art. I don't need everything to look like a painting, but if your style is painter style, then that's nothing wrong with that either. This is more of an actual motion application of using your own hand and arm when drawing. Is it better to rest the hand side on the paper or switch from not resting the arm and from you're doing the... One teacher said if you rest your hand all the time, you limit yourself. Well, I think the short answer, Eros, I think your teacher is right for the most part. I used to be like that all the time, where I would rest my hand like this, and then I would always have like pretty much this part of my wrist on the paper so that I had a pivot point. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I will say that after you learn how to draw with if you learn how to draw with your shoulder and you learn how to draw with your arm, your range of motion and your art is going to grow exponentially. Some of these lines on this picture, I couldn't have done if I just rested my hand in one spot, right? So some of these lines I had to get comfortable with just using my shoulder motion and doing more of a kind of like that. But I will also say, okay, is it D-Null? Hey, thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Another Nicolas Cage. Hey, I appreciate the follow there. We're going over art criticism, art analysis. I hope your stream was good. I'm Superior Spider. I do... Thank you for the Toad Redeem. Go. What do I do here on Twitch? I do this kind of stuff right over. This kind of stuff. Whatever. Comic style art. That's actually what we're talking about. We're talking about comic art approach, line usage, shadow usage, and blah 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 blah. I hope your stream was good. How did you find me? What did you draw? Do you have Artax? Yeah, it's going good so far. We finished that Daredevil, that very inky Daredevil, so now we're just here talking about our artistic analysis and whatnot. But I hope you're doing good. Is the TTS still broken, Bronto? Damn. Hey, Rosie, I appreciate that one. Damn. Yeah, what were you up to? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is it D-Null? D5 null? Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that one. Sorry, Bronto. But anyway, Rosie, yeah, thank you for guiding it here. D-Null, if you have any art, any socials you want to share, go for it. We're just chilling, talking about different artistic approach and whatnot. But to answer your question, to finish my thought really quick, Eros, is that if you do use your shoulder, it's going to open up a lot more traditional art elements for you. But I also will say that it's very dependent on like what kind of canvas that you're using, right? So if you're doing like little ATC like art trading cards, you're not going to really use your shoulder at all, right? But if you're doing something bigger and you gotta, you know, flip your paper around and do all these kind of things, then learning how to use your shoulder is gonna help you a lot. I would just say get comfortable using your shoulder, or maybe have a couple of pieces where you just experiment and just try it out. I don't think it's the to be end all, but it's going to be a very valuable tool that you will carry with you. Okay, yeah, I got you. You dislocated your shoulder doing art. Wow, what a true artist. I'm gonna say, yeah. Well, like say for example, I have some 14 by 17, huge, just huge drawing pads over there, and I draw on them. I used to draw on them all the time here on Twitch because I wanted my viewers to see the art I was actually making on the drawing board. So my drawings got bigger. And when my drawings got bigger, I started to use more of my shoulder in a lot of this, you know, drawing motion. And kind of the same thing goes for painting. If you're painting on a bigger canvas, definitely using your shoulder is going to be, it's going to be a requisite. You can definitely try it out, Arrow and everyone. If you try using your shoulder when you do art, you know, some of the results you're gonna get are gonna surprise you. You have a completely different range of motion when you use your shoulder. Okay. So was there another question there? There was one more question, right? And let me get you a shout out real quick. I hope I'm saying Dinal right. Okay, diversity in lines. Using your arm. Feel like I use my wrist too much. If you use more of your shoulder, you get bigger motion lines and longer, more interesting ones. At least this is what people told me. My wrist suffers no matter what. Well, I mean, if your wrist suffers, you can definitely use more of your shoulder. But I like I was saying earlier, it's definitely more. It's definitely a tool to just have your shoulder range as part of your artistic repertoire if you have that down. Yeah, okay, so someone asked who my artistic inspirations were. I don't know if it was, who was it? Was it Bronta? Maybe it was Bronta. Okay, yeah, I think I have a couple. I can show it real quick. My artistic inspiration. Okay. Artistic inspiration. Here we go. Since I was asked. Real quick. Geez, I feel like this one's kind of a cop-out because I've shown this one on stream, I think, a couple of times. This one's really easy for me. Let's switch it to... It's Bob Layton. Bob Layton with the best Iron Man run ever put onto paper. It predates the MCU quite a bit. This was in the 1980s, in the early 1980s. This was the guy. Here's the beautiful one right here. Like this was the guy who helped me learn a lot of basically shiny reflective drawing. Was learning from him, looking at his drawings and learning from it. Like one of my artistic inspirations. Like very, very simple stuff, very easy stuff, like some rocks, you know, very serviceable, very good, right? But it's not the star of the show. The way that he does a shiny reflective man with his inking technique like this, I've always loved it since the first time I saw it. I figured this guy was one of the best, probably the best reflective renderers ever, I think. Especially during the 80s, right? He had his own unique style. He has his own unique flourishes and ornaments that he puts in his approach to inking something that's shiny. But it's all good. It's all very, very solid stuff. If you learn how, because I have another book that talks about this too. If you learn how light reflects on something that is shiny and you bend it, like basically the easiest thing I can think about would be like a Coke can or like an aluminum can, right? And you just take that and then you apply it to comic art like this, and then you juice it up. This is what you get. It's simple. It's so beautiful to look at, easy to understand. And I've always held myself to this standard. This is the inking, shiny inking I want. One of the best. It looks old school. That's because it is. Keen stuff. There's some cross hatching right there too. See? He's not afraid. A little bit of cross hatching there in the shoulder. And then look at all of that. Look at all that business going on in just the neck and the shoulders there. Business. And then the little artistic flourish there, right? His cap. It's like even like the white highlights on his all black costume. That looks pretty good. Yeah. Bob Layton. One of the best. One of the best. Artistic inspiration. Anyway. Oof. Okay, I'm blabbing. It's Jack Kirby, what his style is all his own. Jack Kirby's he's good too. He's very, very stylistic. He's kind of the guy that's credited as giving like comic characters their strength. You know, like before that you had like a very wimpy Flash Gordon, you know, in the comic strip. But then when Jack Kirby came along, they weren't just wearing suits or like these like really skin tight leotards. They suddenly had like all this dramatic muscle, sinew. Hey, Aha Erica, thank you for sticking around as long as you did. I'm not going to be on for much longer. I'm getting hungry. I'm getting tired. It was foisted upon me that I sit here and do a little bit of art teaching blah blah today. So that's what I'm doing. Thank you for sticking around. I hope it was fun, but I appreciate you coming by. Get some good rest, okay? Let me get one of these. Oh, Eros Arrow. Appreciate that. Let's see. Probably time to end stream then. End stream. Hold on, let me put this. Let me put the camera. Thank you for tuning in, Eros Arrow. Nice always to meet new people and fellow artists, especially ones that share the same interests that I do, right? Jack Kirby, Bob Layton, you know, we're talking 90s comics, 60s comics, all comics, manga comics, just comic art, art approach, art in general. Hey, Bronto, you're good. Thank you for showing up. Haven't really had another comic artist help with my work before. Oh, really? Hey, Chance Draws. I hope you know it I hope, you know, for it being your first time that I was very gentle. No, man, I'm not trying to rip your art, but I hope you can learn a few nuggets of wisdom from it, and I'm happy to supply any nuggets, right? Nuggets, nugs. Nove, have a good one. Have a good shift. I gotta raid someone, right? I know people are checking out, but I gotta raid someone. Pay it forward. Okay, so if you're here or you're not here, I will see if there's anyone even worthy of my raid. And most of my art critique came from animators before, since a cartoonist until 2023. That sounds awesome, Chance Draws. If you were a cartoonist, then you have this huge background in learning how something moves, knowing how something should look like when it moves, and that's fantastic. That's a power in and of itself. Okay, who is worthy? Who is worthy of Spider Raid? Is there anyone worthy? Hold on, we're gonna find someone. I'm gonna try and find someone. Yeah, we got a couple people on. See, like even Ink Tailor is he's doing charcoal on, looks like white paper, but it's just so painterly. It's just not comic art style. I'm specifically trying to do something that is a little bit more comic art style. So is there anyone I can rate? Actually, it's a little bit lean as far as the art's concerned here tonight. Maybe it's because it's a Monday. Chuck is pretty good. Looks like he just started. Maybe we'll just. Okay. Tucker was pretty cool. He, I think, also used to. I don't know what comic he did, but he's also a comic artist. Just. There we go. All right. Okay. I have done enough blabbing for this stream. I hope everyone has had a good time. I hope everyone had a good evening. I hope I wasn't really talking your ears off. I know I can get a little bit distracted sometimes. But thank you for sitting here. Thank you for sitting here and listening to me just yap about art approach and all that kind of stuff. It's my artistic approach. Maybe you learned something from it. We got a little bit of DareDevil done. Over here. We got DareDevil done. So thank you for sticking around. He needs to get colored. We'll color him, maybe not on stream. We'll definitely do some more comic art style art here in the very near future. I'm thinking April Fools. Maybe we'll do something special for April Fools. Anyway, with that being said, I love you all. Thank you all for showing up. Yeah. Rizzy, thank you for sticking around. Tell Bicky I said hi. I love him. Have a good one. Raiden Chuckart. Do the things that make you feel like yourself. Catch you on the next one.